Uh, Hello everybody. Me, Bugboy1014, and I'm here with.
Hello.
And today we're talking about what happened to Sortu. So he was vamped off by Silvestro to go run errands. Now those errands. They lead him. Read the stream title, you have an idea, but otherwise. So, Silvestro, not Silvestro. Sortu, you transported your will into Silvestro's lair, as done to you before.
Multiple times, yes.
Yes, multiple times. He tends to sometimes treat you like an errand, though in a respectful way.
Well, I am technically an errand boy, but not for him,
Fair enough.
even though he forces me.
So, let me get some appropriate music going, and then
Yippee.
I'll play. You know what?
No, just meanwhile, just grab I'll just grab a Twitch link and share it with some friends.
Oh yeah, I should probably do that too. Let me go ahead and do my getting started.
Why are you not doing that? It's your job.
Problem is, oh god, I didn't mean to make it that big. Um, Problem is, actually, oh right. Also, slightly changing this. I'm putting then maybe some shotgun because I might play some shotgun.
Fair enough.
Were you there last time?
No, I wasn't. I was, what was it? What day you were playing it?
Friday about 2 weeks ago, I want to say.
Yeah, I have no recollection of that.
Fair enough.
I cannot remember that far back.
Uh, Very interesting. I just happened to glance over through the server the conversation between which one is more accurate under alchemy? Older scroll style of alchemy make or the full metal alchemist style of alchemy? Where you and you where you basically take items and I'm like, that's a
Ba- ba-
interesting question. The answer the one person also previously.
well, I believe that technically alchemy can be both sides because you can create something with an equal value or something else. It's hard to describe.
Right. And the one thing that I saw actually kind of leads into that, and I kind of is that basically the Elder Scrolls style of alchemy is more realistic to what was actually done back in the day and actually practiced back in the day. Meanwhile, the Full Metal Alchemist style of alchemy is more realistic to the types of goals and things they wanted to do with alchemy, couldn't quite do. That's how I feel. It's like that whole thing of like wargaming, how it feels to play it, how it actually is. I think of that similar with alchemy. Like alchemy, how it feels to play it, or how it actually is. This is my opinion.
Technically, both are correct. It just really depends on which one you want to go with. Do you want to go with the more accurate or the more fantasy one?
Right.
Well, technically, both are fantasy, but still.
Oh, you want a piece of me, huh? Yeah.
Sir, we need to go to Tabriel. Go!
Okay. I just posted all the streams. I am finished. I did my due diligence.
Yep, and I send links to my friends.
Yay. Okay, cool. Is the music too loud, by the way?
I don't hear the music because my headphones are I can only listen to one thing. If I want to listen to Discord, I cannot listen to music. If I want to listen to music, I cannot listen to Discord.
Fair enough. Let me check my audio balance then. Me talking,
I,
it's a little
I
bit.
want to help. I want to help you, but
Yeah, I'm looking at the audio balance and it's overpowering my voice up. So let me turn it down a little bit. There we go. I have a mixture of Secret Garden and Elven Glade. Now I think I'm quiet. Start speaking.
Ah,
Okay, yeah, we're good. Good audio wise, because now you're as loud as me, but the good thing. All right, so let me set the scene. A dark. It is a. I was about to say it's a dark and stormy. That wouldn't really. Sure, we'll go with it. It's a dark and stormy night. Um, you get summoned to Silvesto's giant rage dragon is on top of his massive board, slumbering. So you know better. No, he doesn't ever.
what is it this time? The kobold will just get straight to the point, grabbing like grabbing like a coin and just like like baseball throwing it at his face.
As you say that, you hear a low rumble, which recognizes Tim laughing under his breath, or but still large, that just basically still ends up shaking. All right, I have a job.
It's it's the 68th time this month. Not this month, this week.
Come on, I did not send you that many. Exaggerate. It was only. Either way, I have a certain from one of my associates.
Yeah, yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
Don't worry, I'll pay you. Oh,
Well, I kind of do it mostly for Jaden, as you know, the thing that happens between you. It's really complicated and stuff.
yes, indeed. You hated Aiden. I am also.
Mm. Ooh,
Besides, what Jaden doesn't know won't hurt.
that is true.
Hmm. All right. So your job, it's done. That much
Well, you
is to
summoning me here is really it's really the only choice I was given. So yeah, yeah.
job is to pick up a chunk of a mature. One of my archers back in the
All right. Give me the location correctly this time.
it is a substance to leak away in material covered in lines of that is most likely. He has a he has a chunk collect. In exchange, will be given a very specific item. You accept
Uh,
this?
yeah, good. Yep, yep. I'm taking it because I really don't have a choice, do I?
Hmm. You always have a choice. So I'll more if you do.
They're questionable, but work.
You ever heard a quote about this? Uh, ready. And then he gives not that one.
Not that one either.
Wait, can you see what I'm rolling and rolling?
Nope. I was just joking around.
Okay. Ooh. Yeah, we'll do that one. And he then and takes from his behind, pulls out a very interesting to pulls out a silver blade Rouge, that is emanating the aura of light. You can tell this is quite a. Oh, it is not one.
Yeah, this is.
Make me an Arcana check or a history or a religion check. I would accept any
So let's see. I can do either Arcana, History, or
religion.
Religion. Yeah, let's do Arcana, as that's the biggest one I have.
Okay,
And I roll a 23.
you recognize able to. This is a very powerful, fully avenged or
I
A.
like Sortu holding the sword carefully, like one on the grip and the other on the blade, like carefully, not actually holding it on the not sharp parts. Would just like look at it like look towards Silvestro because he knows that Silvestro really can be anywhere in this cave, and that this is only his representation, probably.
Yeah, you are correct. Also, Silvestro, by the way, floated it to. didn't directly you. So yeah. By the way, you have a Holy Avenger Great Sword. Says keep that safe on you. Make sure no one sees it and deliver it to what was their name? Meister to no. Oh, there's an oh right, it's Arch Druid. Archpriest.
Huh.
He says deliver this to the Arch boat. Get close friend.
Bounce.
Yes. The bones.
Oh, let's hope he has a funny bone.
You sir. Now go and have my blessing.
Wait. Don't teleport me. At least let me put it in. Let me actually. Eh. Why is my voice changing so much? Just, just let me put it into my bag first.
Okay. I think you've been having a bit too much smoke.
I don't smoke.
Doesn't Super close out and
Screw you.
then Best.
Uh, just get me out of here before I decide to light this place on fire.
Alright. As he said as that happens, casts a fly spell on you. Actually, sorry, he doesn't cast fly on you. He casts levitate on you and basically flings you out of the cave. Not back into the carriage, but like out of the normal cave entrance. That is when we'll entrance. So go ahead and land anywhere around here.
Should we also roll if Sortu sticks the landing?
Yeah, go ahead and make a deck save in case Sortu takes a
Dexterity check. Dex. Dexterity. There is it. There it is.
Nice.
24.
So you actually managed to be able to stick the landing and avoid taking falling damage. That's nice.
I am going to question Jaden about him later. Uh, the kobold will slowly start walking forward, like taking a small stroll to get used to not being flung in the air.
Mm-hmm. And as that happens, you do notice something falls in front.
Huh?
It's a small wand.
A wand?
Yes, you identify it as a wand because it's a wooden stick carved. So you guess it's given you have a passive arcana higher than 10. identify it as a 1.
Well, my Arcana is 9, but still.
Oh, Arcana is 9.
Well,
That's
it's
nice.
plus 9. I gain plus 9 to Arcana, so yeah.
Oh, well, yeah. So it's a resting Arcana of 19. Got it.
Math
Because
is
if you
hard.
don't know, by the way, a passive skill is 10 plus your modifier. You'd have to have a negative in Arcana not to identify 1.
I, you know, you know me. I'm learning.
Yep, I know you. Anyway, with that, do you pick up the ones?
Well, like a Sortu would like bring out a cloth. Like he will grab it with his he will first carefully like pick it up with cloth because you never know what the kind of one it is
Fair enough.
to to inspect it a little.
All right. And as you inspect it, you hear a voice in your head say, I forgot to give this to you for self-defense. Don't get yourself killed out there. Learn this when you...
What you cut out.
That was Sylvester.
I know, but you cut out.
Oh, I forgot to give this to you for self-defense. Return it when you return. Don't get yourself killed.
Well, I wouldn't get myself killed if you didn't put me in dangerous situations.
Without danger, what fun is life?
Well, that is true, but it doesn't mean you have to forcefully put them in me. Put them.
So, make an Arcana check to examine the wand to see if it charges it.
24.
Okay, cool. You identify this as a master-crafted quantum magic missile, meaning that it's a quantum magic missiles with 14 have been known. And it also has yeah, it also has +1 to damage roll.
That's going to be powerful. Okay.
Yes.
Like, Sorfu will like I believe like Sortu has his like. Let me look at the picture of Sortu so can better describe this. Where is his full character? Yeah.
I'm also putting it in the text chat. See full details on what it does.
Yeah, like where Sortu has his like his what would you call it? A jacket, his cloth,
Yeah.
jacket cloth. He will like put it to his side on like something like a belt, but it's not really a belt because Sortu is small, so it's more like a string.
I see. Okay, so you have your hands on the item I just posted. Go ahead and let me know how useful that will be for you. You'll have to return it. Don't have it permanently. This does mean that your character has knowledge of it for the purposes of crafting it later.
Pretty nice.
I forgot to add that part.
This is pretty nice.
All right, and
I
yeah,
don't know how to,
he
I don't know
knows
how to
about.
add it, but still nice.
I will say, by the way, the wand of magic missiles does work with your Twilight thing. It does count as you casting a.
Okay.
So, That's the other reason why he specifically gave you a wand of magic missiles, is because he knows about your Twilight. He knows you like using that with magic.
At,
So,
at, at least he knows me well. Okay, let's go on a journey.
as you enter the Feywild, I will have you roll 3.
3d20. Here we go. 9, 9, 12.
All right. As you enter the Feywild, you look around. It's incredibly vibrant. Right. The way you always remember. Looks like roughly like how you would normally describe of the world that you were from, but everything. However, you can see the ferry float, and it smiles as it floats up to you, and tries to cast
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Make me a wisdom saving throw. Is it wisdom? It's going to try to turn you. um. Yes, wisdom. Are you unwilling?
God,
By the way, are
I
you
am
unwilling?
unwilling. I am not getting transferred myself. 21.
Okay, you manage to successfully save, and it is unable to polymorph you. It pouts and then flies away.
Fairies up to their usual shenanigans.
You know this behavior is pretty typical. They like to play trick.
Thank God I'm used to it by Yugioh. At, at least, at least this place is still nice as I remember it. And he will continue to walk forward.
All right, so how this is going to work is
Yeah.
as you travel to the Orchard, for every 1 hour of travel you do, I will have you roll 5d20. That will determine if you randomly run into it, and if so, we'll move.
Okay.
How are you wishing to transport there to the? That'll determine. Also, what is your travel base?
Well, my speed is 40.
I know, but are you being stealthy? Are you running there? Are you being fast? Are you stealthy? Are you horseback? I mean, horseback.
I would say it's probably more of a like a fast-paced walk than anything.
Okay, but you're not trying to be stealthy.
No stealth because he doesn't currently fear any sense to be in danger or anything like that.
All right. Um.
As he as he is a little bit used to the area.
All right. It will take about. When did you? About 5 hours to.
Five plus 5 times that's 25 d20s. Okay.
Roll them individually instead of because
First five,
first 5.
nothing.
Uh, you're good actually. In
Actually,
fact, you're not only that. On the way there, you do meet a friendly Chewinga who enjoys recognized as one of the ones that were known for marriage. It actually gives you a benefit. So you get a Chewinga charm.
oh,
You get this charm, the charm of the snowball strike. Go ahead and read it out for me.
charm of the snowball strike. This charm has 5 charges. As a bonus action, you can expend one of the charm's charges to create a magical snowball in your hand and throw it. You must have a hand free to hold the snowball, or to or the charge is wasted. The snowball is a magic range weapon with which you are proficient. It has a normal range of 20 feet and a long range of 60 feet. It deals 1d4 cold damage on hit, and, and it scores a critical hit on a roll of 19 or 20. If you score a critical hit with the snowball, the target is blinded until the end of the next turn. The snowball vanishes immediately after you hit or miss with it, or at the end of your turn if you don't throw it. Once all of its charges have been expended, this charm vanishes from you.
And it manifests as a small snowflake token. So that's the charm that you physically. Cool.
Snowflake. Snow Snowflake pin.
Cool.
I just like imagine it's like a small pin that just appears on Sortu's clothing.
Cool. Yeah, I can imagine that. Like Boy Scout
Sure,
badges.
shall we go on the second hour?
Sure.
Second hour time. Whee!
Ooh. All right. Nothing happens. He did not roll. Basically, I'm looking for 15 higher or 5s and lower. So
Okay,
nothing happens. Second half.
into the third hour with a small break in between. Whee!
Ooh. Um. Alrighty then. A wild magic surge occurs.
Oh boy.
Now I made a custom wild magic table. This might be really bad. This might be really good. We'll see.
That's what my wild magic is for.
Okay. Sortu is immune to all damage for the next minute and is immune to the frightened condition and feels invincible for 1 minute. So you just feel like Superman, bro.
That would have been useful during combat.
Yes, that would have. Um, I was going to say, by the way, since this was the environmental one, this means all creatures in the area had that.
Oh boy.
So all creatures in the area are now immune to damage and invincible. And as this happens, you hear some predators fighting in the but damage.
Yeah, let's take the break further down.
Yeah, so you can continue on your way. Nothing eventful really happened other than this weird wild magic surge.
Hour number 4. You have a 16.
Make a dexterity save.
God. Keep, yep, keep it yep. Oh god, it's a 10.
Hmm. All right. You had fairy fire cast on you as you are now illuminated with a green glow. And yeah, how does Sortu react to this?
Okay, this is not good.
And I'll actually start initiative.
Oh god. Oh god.
Let me drag you to drag you. So you were right here when you got fairy fire cast.
Let me just drop my token. I'm small.
Be sure to click on your token roll initiative, by the way. That way it shows up.
Aye, aye. Well, isn't that lucky?
Yes. Need to figure out what the heck is fighting you now.
It's ready.
Ah, so you rolled a nat one. I didn't notice that.
Yeah. Well, I did say, isn't this wonderful?
Okay. Wilson. Which one? Which one? I will say a group of summer eladrin.
Oh boy, I don't know what those are.
Think of it.
I
Okay,
would just
okay. I had no idea.
please
Uh,
don't put me again.
oh, John's rating 10. Hello. I did not realize that John's rating 10. Okay, I'm gonna say like 12 of them. Help you?
Two of them.
Yeah, because I said a couple of them. All literally.
Makes sense.
One is there. One is. Uh,
They're pretty big. That's what she said.
they're large creatures. Actually, no, sorry, they're medium creatures. You're just a small creature.
I know. I was just making joke.
Ah, fair enough. Okay, I've never ran a legend before in combat. This will be a learning experience. Well, you have a
Yeah.
special thing in your head, so that should be helpful. And these
Well, just
guys,
well, first they have to roll initiative.
yes, but it's not just that.
Oh God. You know it's going good, but you hear it's just not them. It's not only them. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, totally.
It, oh, right, it's called Pixie. Not called- Yeah, okay, I was like, where's the fairy stat block? I've seen it before. No, it's a Pixie. Because here's the thing, these Eladrin don't know magic. One that actually casts the magic, Pixie. It was the one that cast Fairy Fire on you. And if you, do you remember what Fairy Fire does?
It makes me easier to hit.
Yes, gives them advantage on attack rolls against
As long as I stay in the circle, if I remember correctly.
you. No, it just picks on you until they break concentration.
Each object in a 20 within the range in outline. Oh no, that's area only when casting the spell. The effect stays. Okay, got it.
Yes. Alright, so
Is that a
they,
natural 20? God, oh thank God, it's not a natural 20. Okay.
no, they just have +5 to their dex.
Yeah, look at me with plus 6.2, but I still get fucked.
The fairy also has +5. Sorry, the pixie also has +5 to its stats, but it only rolled a 4. Okay. All right. So at the end of every turn, I have roll a d. I'll go ahead and say that despite you being last in turn, I'll let you get hurt because they basically. I'll have you make a perception check, and they're making
Perception.
stealth check.
Perception. Perception. Not persuasion, perception, thank you. 15.
Okay, so and I'll actually have the pick. Okay, so you can see these two,
These two, okay.
not see him.
So these two. These two.
Yes, those two. The ones he backing with.
Boop, 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 boop.
Yeah,
So,
you can see the two that are up to your right, but not. You do not know he is there. Why or do they have two 100?
do you not know? So yeah, so Sortu will like kind of like move and to make distance, like before like holding his holding his rapier in one hand, um, not casting any spells, nothing just yet. Eh,
Moved way too far. How far
wait,
can
but
you
that
move?
was 40. But that was 40 feet. That was over.
Oh wow, that was 30 feet. Never mind. This map is smaller
Yeah,
than I thought.
I was still being reasonable.
Yeah, this map is smaller than I thought it was. Maybe
You
I
can
should
change
actually,
this.
maybe I should
Maybe you can
actually
like
make.
maybe like you make the lines smaller. So yeah,
Yeah.
probably that will work too.
Okay. How about real quick? I'm just gonna real quick act map bigger.
Yeah, that's okay.
I expect it twice this. Going to make it like twice this. 8, 30, bam.
Welcome to Welcome to technical difficulties, everybody.
Welcome to an amateur. Well, I won't necessarily, but welcome to someone who's an amateur at roll 20.
It happens. Oh boy.
There we go.
I'm even smaller. I'm getting smaller each time. So yeah, let's move 40 feet then. Yeah.
There we go. That's more reason. That's more what I expected.
Like Sortu will like pull out his rapier in like a defensive way, uh, while holding a hand like in a like a kind of like a stop motion. Let's see. Do I know? Let's see.
So
Do I know?
that is your interaction to pull out the rape. Get one action, bonus action, reaction, interaction. Or rather, I guess you can do it as part of your move. Yeah. You don't necessarily need. Anyway, what were you saying?
I would. Let's see. Let's. Wait. What language do they speak in Feywild?
Usually it's
Okay, thank God I know Sylvan.
yeah, and also, actually, do you recognize these as Eladrin? Um, yeah, you probably encountered these before. Go ahead and say yes, and you know that Eladrin speak Common, Elvish, and so and the
Going
Pixie specifically only speak. So you're gonna need to
like
talk.
like So yeah, Sortu would move, pull out his rapier, and would pull out his hand in front of him, like in a stop, you making his like a clawy hand, and like in a stop, and like he begins to speak Sylvan, I'm not about to, I'm not dangerous or anything. Like Soldier is trying to resolve this peacefully.
Ah, okay. All right, and go ahead and make a equation.
Okay, plus 11, here we go. 22.
Good. As this happens, I'm going to ignore initiative for a second because right now it's calm. One of the legends says, "What are you doing here? You are trespassing on these grounds.
Uh, uh, I, I was sent by here by a.
These
Is
are the
he
grounds of
behind the?
Sir Bones."
Actually, I'm actually trying to get to Sir Bones because I, I, I am being a delivery boy for a certain Fey Dragon. I think you may know him as Silvestro.
Let's go. What? And the summon Beladrin starts looking interesting. Uh, you see his skin start to shimmer. You remember that Eladrin, their specific form changes depending on their emotion. So, and you recognize the current form they were in is Summer, which is usually the angry form of Eladrin.
Well, I don't blame them. It is very hot during summer.
Yeah. Um, and from what he said, you can suspect that they were angry because they thought you were trespassing. No, you're on. One is.
This one is not visible. This one is visible.
Oh, yeah, I know. I'm trying to see which one.
Well, Sortu can only
Okay,
speak this one
so
because he's the one that is visible.
I know, but I'm trying to see which form of Eladrin it's into, was what I was doing.
Ah, oops.
From
Yeah.
summer to what? It goes from summer to autumn as its colors begin to shift and goes from a bright orange color, like red, the sort of red you would expect from like as though that Eladrin are their forms represent. And it speaks and says, "Apologies, not know you were is please state your business, why you want to mention something." That's true.
Oh yeah. Sylvester is making me deliver a thing. It's mostly confidential.
Hmm. And he starts to think. I do not know the name Sylvester. Do you mind if I contact my to if he knows? Till then, I would like to ask that you step away from the.
I was sorry.
Stay there for a moment. Uh, Deborah, go keep an eye on him. And the pixie eyes closed.
Like Sortu, I will say Sortu is still like a little bit visibly on the edge because because of the whole situation,
All right, while you're still glowing with a plate.
and possibly still in danger if things don't go well.
All right. As that happens, the other Eladrin themselves known, and they're still in the summer variant. They're still angry, but they
Oh yeah,
aren't doing anything. Standing there.
menacingly.
Menacingly, yes. Menacingly. All right. Contacts is uh and after a little contact with sending shots, all right, Speed, careful. Really should
Uh,
have some form of identity or two.
say, say that.
Mr. Bones informed us that you are named Sortu, or one of the delivery boys.
Yeah, you can put it like that.
You can tell that they have that it's a caring but slightly like dismissive tone that they have, as if they're like really annoyed by this whole situation.
Don't blame me. Blame Silvestro. He didn't tell me.
Yeah. Anyway, as that
I'm
happens,
going to give. I'm going to give Silvestro an ear for later.
was that the fourth roll or the fifth roll?
That was the fourth roll, actually.
All right, so as it happens, you're allowed to go on your way, though Deborah is totally an eye on you. She's going to be flying with. Is that okay with Sortu?
Uh, Sorry that interrupted a little, but I did hear. Is Salty would be a little bit on the edge about it, but when it happened,
All right.
like
Um.
he isn't letting his guard down because you never know what kind of people they might be.
Mm-hmm. All right, and so I will have you make the fifth roll as you and Deborah travel along. She's staying quiet.
Like like before I roll, like Sortu will take a look at the flowers
Okay.
and think how pretty they are. He's going to like walk around to not step on said flowers.
All right. Fair enough. You be respectful to the flower. As
They're
you
pretty.
do notice the pattern reminds you of something, and you don't quite remember, but you do know that fey creatures tend to be very particular.
I should probably ask Jaden for for these flowers. They will be probably fun on carriage. But yeah,
Anything else
let's
you'd like?
roll.
Sorry, go ahead.
Huh? I don't know what were you going to say?
Anything else you'd like to do? Uh,
Not really.
okay, cool. By the way, did you know that we only have
Yeah, no, because Jubal.
yes. Yeah, but Yubel's a from. Yeah, I get what you. Anyway, so make me another set of 5D.
Yugioh. That's pretty good. If we ignore that 1-4.
Yes, it's pretty. All right. Let me go ahead and. As you're traveling through the Feywild, you start to hear what sounds like a rattling, like still is. And it's coming closer to you. Sounds like it's getting louder. You're like the clink, 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 and it's coming closer to you. How do you react?
Uh, for paranoid reasons now.
You're in the middle of a forest, by the way.
Yeah, but because of paranoia, because of noise, he will like grab onto grab the pixie, like try to hide.
Behind the pixie? Okay.
Not behind the pixie. He like grabs the pixie, or like tries to hide with it.
Deborah's annoyed that you're manhandling her, but does not resist.
Like
Uh,
he's like trying to hide while while trying to see what is passing by.
Alright, and as
Like
that
he's
happens,
like he like tries to hide behind it behind like a big leaf for example, while peeking his head out carefully.
you hear the source of the source of the as it gets the clearing that you were just in, and um, it looks like an oil can, like something you would collect oil in, something you like typically like adventure collect oil.
So it's a tin can.
It kind of it's tin can with a spout on it. Um, but it's hopping around. And it's also making a loud racket.
Has Sortu would like will let go of the pixie and like say and like mumble a little apology.
Uh, look annoyed and say, "Don't make me for a rabbit.
Ah, you don't have to.
Don't make me for a rabbit." That's better. My other one, sorry.
Like Sortu seeing like the hopping can, he will like slowly take a step towards it and lift the can up.
All right, as you move towards it, it it turns a little bit and says, "Oh, you an adventurer? Come help me!" And he just hops onto your shoulder. You do.
Like the kobold will like stiffen up, surprised by this, and like will look over the pixie like trying to figure out what the hell is going on.
The pixie just kind of shrugs her shoulders because she doesn't know either. And also, this can did just talk to you. I will point out. Uh, the can says, "Hey, I've been looking for an adventure group to bring me out of this place. Can you get me back home? Or I don't know. I don't care about home. Just bring me somewhere. I'm bored. I want something fun to do."
If you stay quiet, sure.
Define quiet.
Not making sound.
That's hard for me, but okay. I like talking. Don't stick me in a bag of holding. Okay?
I don't even have a bag of holding.
Good. Don't like bags of holding. They're dark in there, and it's a scary place. Has anyone ever been in the bag of holding before? Very scary place. Earthquake.
Well, I could probably fall into a big bag of holding, but nobody has a bag of holding size of a kobold.
I'm sure they can make one big enough. Adventurers are very crafty individuals. Anyway, you're an adventurer, right? You
More to say,
have a group that you're with, right?
Yeah?
You bring me back to them. I want to be an adventuring party.
Fine. But you better behave.
Yay! And he just sounds like a says, oh, where's my manners? I'm Squirt. Squirt the oil can. Yes, I came up with that name.
The kobold is trying not to laugh.
Uh, you can laugh. I laugh at my own name.
That, that, that just make you, that just makes you sound like you're in pain.
All right. What have you been living accommodations while you held me? Would I be and he starts looking around to see if there's like a pouch that doesn't have other things in it. Would you have a pouch that doesn't have things in it that you can to be like sitting?
Well, I do have an empty pocket, so
Yeah, you can go in there. I'm gonna make a perception check for him to see if he notices the actually perception is good. 13. Yes, he knows that. And he goes, "Yay!" And he hops down to try and land in the pocket. So I'm gonna make him make a dexterity check. And he succeeds and lands right inside of the pocket. Now you have a new friend. Squirt the oil can has joined the party.
God, I am soon going to be the kobold that has more than an owl.
When you
Well, better
turn
than an
around,
owl.
you turn around, you just never. She
I'm
says,
not taking you with me into the real world.
says, "I like him." Anyway, yes. Also, I will mention, squirt seemed to be filled with some sort of liquid, though you didn't question it at the time. But he's filled with some.
Also, don't spill in my pocket. I don't want to clean that out.
Says, I need all the oil I can get. I don't want to be running on fumes now, do I? That's a cheap joke. That's actually written into a character. They make jokes like that. Part of his personality traits. uh,
Let's continue to Mr. Brown's.
I'll actually post this in Roll20 chat. Here's the personality trait after him.
Oh boy.
It's that kind of character. A very specific person in the party. You'll be get to see them, but I want a way to organically introduce. Randomly running into them in the Feywild is a good. So you gained an ally. Okay. All right. So I'm going to say you arrive at Mr. Bones, and when you start to go up to this is going to be theater of the mind. I don't have a have this. This is going to be theater.
Okay, everyone, let's imagine with our minds.
Yes. So as you start to walk up, you notice that there's a big gate that is covered in vines, and it's made seemingly of mithril, like the metal of the gate is mithril, stone archway that's covered in vines. Um, However, the mithril has some sort of ring on it, and
like, sorry for jumping in, but like seeing like how you describe it, Sortu will go closer and just like say to himself, like he will like say it out loud, but he will like say it. This is probably what Silvestro was referring to.
Exactly. I was about to mention, and I was about to mention that you flash back to what you said. Yeah. So you caught on quickly. Cool. Yeah. That's similar to the material. However, Sylvester mentioned he wanted a that Mr. Bones is going to give him. You assume that the amounts here is not enough, and also that probably stealing to steal it out of the game. uh,
I'm not stealing it. I'm borrowing.
like NFTs.
Ooh,
Uh,
pizza shop.
Beyond the gate, though, interesting. Looks like you would normally expect like a mayor or what you do up in the as the main thing in the front yard looks like a giant theme park, like like a proper theme park, like something you have almost never seen. I've only seen this ever once before outside of the Feywild, and you see like stalls and like carnival shows and roller coasters, all manner. You rarely ever see, and even then in the Feywild, you've only ever seen it twice.
Oh god, I could joke about this.
Oh, go ahead. Okay.
Too bad I'm small for everything.
uh,
so Sortu has the right. Sortu has the right the kid rides.
right. For those of you at home who are familiar with the roller coaster tycoon, you actually see where this joke is going. Anyway, so yeah, there's a bunch of interesting things, and there's a third, but the most notable feature of this theme park is one incredibly long roller coaster that goes through every in like it crosses over into every other plot of the and also leads into the manor and back out of it seemingly. And it has a sign saying what it is, but you can't read it from the. So, do you open the gates? And how does Sorta react to all?
Uh, like first he is like stopped in front of the gate, like freaking confused, like where the hell was this? He should probably have seen this from far away.
I mean, kind of did. Well,
Yeah, well, kinda, but it mostly blended in.
yeah, it mostly blended into the trees. It's just now you got out of the trees and you're actually seeing through the gate. Though, you do notice the fact that you can't notice any of it over the walls. It's when you look through the gate.
He- So probably somebody's casting a spell that is keeping it hidden. Probably. Who knows?
Want to make an Arcana check to investigate?
For now, no.
Okay. So do you try to enter the gate?
Well, first, see, like, Sortu doesn't know that theme parks have like a gate that you have to pay through, so he will like kind of go and try to open it.
Okay. And as you try to open the gate, I will have you make a wisdom save. We're looking for a DC 15.
15 and up. Okay. 19.
Alright. Um, feel something trying to affect your mind, but isn't quite able to, as you're able to open the walk through only okay, and yes, you can and there's a manner off in the distance. So the theme park doesn't seem to be running right now, or rather it doesn't have any. station. So you have a feeling that, and I quote, that wouldn't stop them if, in terms
Oh,
of, you figure that it would probably start running if actually up here.
so magic. Okay.
It's the Feywild.
And I know what song I'm going to send you for today's songs.
Ah, okay.
I almost want to sing it, but I can't because it's copyrighted.
Fair enough. I'm not going to post it on stream. Copyright.
So yeah, Sortu will like kind of look around first, like being amazed by this, and seeing most of the like cool big rides, having like a sign, you must be this tall.
Ah, some of them do. Some of them don't, though. In particular, notably, the roller coaster has no height requirement, and it's also the biggest ride in the entire place.
Excuse me. Okay. Sorry about that.
But alright, I understand.
You know, people.
Yes, like parents.
Ooh, pizza.
Oh, pizza. I like pizza.
Like I imagine like a Sortu like it has a slice of pizza in its mouth by now.
Right. Make a dexterity save.
Every bite I take, I have to roll a dexterity save.
Okay, you managed to catch the pizza as a pizza box falls slightly above your head. You managed to catch it so it doesn't fall on the floor. And you now have a large Sortu.
Hey, do you want this? He will like ask the fairy.
uh, he shrugs and goes over and opens the box. When that happens, you notice that it is a combination of various meats and also has a few mushrooms on it.
He will
And
take a slice and bite it.
yeah, it tastes delicious. Um, it also gives you a weird little zing as you eat, but not in a bad way, in a pleasant way. It tastes quite good.
After some like eating pizza, he will like kind of go and like go on those small rides, like first like maybe teacups, maybe affairs with like some more of relaxing ones.
Sure, that works. Yeah, you can ride the teacups. You can ride, well, not the teacups. Teacups are, well, I guess teacups, but Ferris wheel I think more would be the good one for that, or like the love boat. Though obviously not taking the boat with Deborah. uh,
Like after having some fun, like sort of with like a looking at the big like scary roller coaster, he will like stay away from it. But like the one that goes to the manor, he will like go and sit down.
well, that the one that goes to the manor is the big and scary one.
Well, time to face my fears.
Right? Make a wisdom check. Not wisdom save, but wisdom check. To see if you can face your fears or you know. It'll be a DC 10. Alright. Yep, you make it. Alright, yeah, you're able to sit down into the big roller coaster, and you notice by the way that um unlike real world, instead of it being like bars that come down instead of it being like bars that come down the whole instead, when you sit down in the chair and the ride is about to begin, feel magical restraints on you, holding you into the chair that just hold over your body to securely hold you in place instead of a physical thing holding you in place.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Um, because the idea is that it can do it, but that's because you're willingly to help. And yeah, so this roller coaster has a long chain lift up. Takes about a full 3 minutes to get.
Yeah, sort of strike not to think about it too much, failing to do so.
Right. Squirt in squirt in your pocket. Here's the ratchet of the chain lift. He peeks way out of his pocket and says, "Ooh, ooh, ooh, I didn't miss the action." As he tries to hop out of your pocket, but then hits the top of his head on the force field as he realizes, "Oh crap, you're right." And he just kind of watches. um, as you get to the top of the chain lift, it actually goes quite fast. It is quite a fast roller. So don't feel like you're gonna fly off at any given point because of how securely you're restrained, but there is a near 90-degree drop.
And while the roller coaster is like going fast through the park, through the attraction, the kobold has his mouth open, like he is about to scream. His eyes are wide. He's like a bluish white scales become like extremely white.
Right. Yeah, and as this is happening, make me a quick perception check with disadvantage. Only DC 10,
Makes
so it'll
sense.
be with disadvantage because you're going by so fast and you're also distracted.
And oh god, I bet how I it is a 10.
You happen to notice the name of the ride on your way through on the sign. I want to know what the name of the ride is?
Sure.
Mr. Bones Wild Ride.
That's kind of bony.
Yes, yes, I set up that name and everything just to make this joke. You don't know, Mr. Bones Wild Ride is the thing for roller coaster. Anyway, it was the longest roller coaster you could. Anyway, so going through all of this, and it goes quite fast, though it does slow down after a while because it doesn't have anything else to build it up. So it just starts going a bit slower and a bit slower. So eventually it gets to the point where it starts, you winded your way through, let's say, 40% of the point. In all, you've been in here for about 5 minutes. It felt like it took a lot longer, but it's only been about 5 minutes.
Like the Pokeball, yeah, ha, ha, has this like face frozen, like he's like still like trying to get it back into reality. His mouth still open, like trying to recover, and as he slowly like he gets back into his senses, he looks around on the more calm ride now.
Right. And as you look around, you notice that it's starting to go in, that it's starting to actually go into the man. It's, yeah. Um, you react any specific way to that?
Like sort of like grab his stomach. I should have not eaten.
So much pizza over here. You make a constitution save. See if you can hold your food. I actually forgot to do this. Make a constitution. I'm going to use the drunkenness rules for this as yeah, okay, you
18.
managed it. I was looking for a DC 15 check. Alright. So you managed to hold in your food and steel yourself. As you're getting close to enter start to enter. Um as you and the roller coaster starts going through. At this point, it's going at a quiet. As you're starting to see, you notice that it goes to what looks like a drop-off station, and you then notice that there's actually two entrances. this right. One of which is in the manor, and the other one is outside the manor gate. You can guess that this is not only a roller coaster, but also a way to transport people inside the building.
Ah,
Yeah.
person running this is crazy as still. Well, maybe not crazy as Sylvester, but still crazy.
Yeah. Though when you really start to think about it, you think, yes, this is very on brand for Feywild to have. You could honestly see Sylvester having.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to get.
And
I just, I just like imagined Sylvester laughter in the background. It's not your mansion. Go back to your den. I am not reading you. I am not reading you a bedtime story today. If you continue to laugh.
and
No, I mean, no, I mean it.
as you're saying that, that I'm going to say that laughing was out loud, and you hear a voice off the distance say, "Ah, Sylvester, nice to hear." And as you see someone walk out who's wearing has what looks like what you would imagine like a purple rain outfit would be, where he has he has skulls covering most of his outfit. His shoulder pauldrons, his pads, his belt buckle, his uh are all his shoes. They're all skulls, and there's just bones adorning all parts of his. However, and underneath that, he's wearing the leathers and hides of various creatures, most of which are unidentified to you. But the ones you can identify are specifically predators, like lions and bears and hawks. He has lots of hawks. And then walks towards you, but he also has a cane, which looks like it's carved from the femur bone of a very large animal.
Like as soon like as the restraints go off, Sortu will like stand up a little bit dizzy, as
Yeah,
like hop on the ride.
you have arrived in the station at this point. So yeah, the restraints went off. They would continue.
Like and would like start the slowly like still regaining his senses, walk over to the quite on brand bone man.
He goes. he, he smiles and says, "So you must be Sebastian's little delivery boy. You have something for me, yes?
That is correct.
Good. Show me the item."
Uh, well, wouldn't it be more fair to show both items at the same time so we know that nobody is ripping off anyone?
Hmm. You're not as dumb as I thought. All right, sure. And as that happens, snaps his fingers and seemingly floating towards you, though you guess he's probably using invisible servants, sorry, unseen servants, a uh, pillow carrying a very large chunk of a green.
Yeah, let's inspect it.
All right. Uh,
Let's be smart about this.
how long would you like to take inspecting it? Have any
Let's say
background in stonemasonry?
let's like I don't have any of that, but let's say about like 5 to 6 minutes.
All right.
Like trying to feel the magic thing, if it's the real thing or not, because you know trickery can happen.
All right. So at first, I will have you make three separate checks, one at a time.
Following you.
First one will be an Arcana. I'd make that.
Arcana check. Rolling a 25.
You are able to discern that while this material has fantastic properties, it's not inherently enchanted the way a item is. It is simply a powerful raw material,
Okay.
which is what which you asked Sylvester about this.
Sure, why not?
Uh, because Sylvester is able to communicate with you telepathically right now, thanks to the fact that you have that wand on your person. That's how he's able to do it right now. Sylvester mentions, yes, that it would not be. It was a fake.
Sortu will like telepathically send his thoughts over that's why I'm asking for your help because I don't because you never can be too careful.
All right, now make me a history.
History check.
I want to see if you randomly ran this knowledge.
History.
This will be a hard check. I will. Oh, you passed
22.
it. Okay, so yeah.
You're talking with a bard, so yeah.
Fair enough. All right. So this item, I happen to have read about it. It was a book called "Fantastic Materials and Where to Find Them."
God damn it, I know the pun.
And read that it's something known as flora, which I can't quite remember out there, other than the fact that it's a very expensive material and it has psychic property inherent in the material, but the material itself is not necessarily. It's those things.
Okay, we're on a good track.
And you are able to identify that this is what he wanted based off of that knowledge. You don't need to make a third.
Okay, and thanks to this, Sortu being flashy as a Mr. Bone, Billy used his own unseen servant.
Uh, what was that about unseen?
Sortu, because seeing how the, how Mr. Bones is using his unseen servant, he would Sortu will cast his own,
Okay.
like and make it to hand over the sword.
So first, you need to draw out the sword scabbard. Had on you. You had it in a scabbard on your person.
Yep.
So as he pulls the unseen servant pulls the blade out of the bag, starts to pull it out of the blade shines with that nearly honestly the room, but you and Mr. Elf, Mr. Brown's eyes have a little bit when he have a little bit of a eyes that he didn't have before, is he's unable to hold in the fact of how excited he is right now. Because you hear actually make me I want what's your perception? Passive perception for make me a perception check.
Deception. Deception.
Oh, you're rolling really well
22.
today.
You're
All right,
talking with a bard.
you managed to hear him mumble under his breath, "King bastard actually had one. God damn, so never ceased
He is a crazy man.
out loud."
Yep.
uh, Mr.
Yes, I
Bones
do.
is caught off guard a little bit, but then smiles and says, "Yeah, he is, isn't he? And you're quite the perceptive fellow, aren't you?" Of
It comes with the job.
course,
Well,
of
not
course.
this one, but still.
All right, here you can have the material, and in fact, you do not seem as physically strong as I was expecting. How do you plan to carry material?
Oh, frick, I didn't think this far.
Yeah, from what you judged, that's about 500 pounds for a fight.
Let me contact Celestro.
Yeah. All right, you contact Sylvester.
What the? Sorry. Sorry, can I just like imagine like him swearing on Sylvester, like what the hell was he thinking sending him to here?
Sylvester chuckles and says, "Don't worry about it. I have me to get there." And as that happens, you hear something strange from the other end of the line, and then a portal appears in your general vicinity.
I'm so going to kill that dragon.
Let me dig up a very specific image that I got.
I, I just love, God damn it, I just love how sassy Sortu is when dealing with Celestro.
Right. Be, be fair, he respects it. Uh,
Basically, Sylvester knows that that if he tries stupid stuff, Sortu will not play games.
right. Where did Jaden trying to scroll back in the an image for what? There it is. Cool. So, believe it or not, Flame at one point made me an image for what Silvestro's
Sylvester,
quote unquote humanoid form. So you're gonna get to see it now.
woo! And I have already an idea of what I'm going to do.
uh, I'm gonna drag it on the map, but obviously still there.
Let's see. Oh, that's kind of nice.
There's the full body. Keep in mind that's not the scale. It's absolutely
Like how tall? Like the tall size. How what's the
he'd be
size?
he'd be the size of a medium creature.
So 5 to 6 feet.
Yeah, he'd be about like actually he'd be closer to like 7.5 feet.
Yeah. Sort of like recognizing the body, he will like kind of like walk towards him and like be like, "Hey, Sylvester, could you bend down a little?"
Right. Sylvester just chuckles, which his voice sounds more higher pitched now that he says, "Don't worry, I'm not here to actually have you." And he says that he walks over to the
No, no,
big
no, no,
old
no, no, no,
mound of
no, 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 Sylvester, come back here and bend down a little.
persuasion check.
A natural 20.
Okay, yeah. He fine. Walks over. what is it? And Mr. Bones is just
Bend down a little.
Mr. Bones comments, I've never seen you take orders from someone before, Sylvester. And Sylvester's uh bur- his mouth burns to some French fire. He says, "Oh, shut you old fool, or I'll burn you here." And he bends down a little bit.
Sortu will like grab him by the ear and like start pulling on it.
Sortu, wait, grab him by the ear and do what?
We'll 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 pull on the ear, and we'll start giving him an earful.
Oh god. And then Sylvester just kind of rumbles at this and just sits down.
So you could have teleported all the way here, not sending me over, and doing this on yourself, but you decide that I should just walk over here, this and go through all this trouble, so you can just teleport here and grab it.
He says, "Look, you had fun, right?"
Just because you're correct doesn't mean that I'm not upset.
To be frank, your feelings don't matter too much in this instance. It's more just the fact that I was right.
Let's see how he likes more pain.
He says, you call this pain, and he just leans his head and lets you rip off his ear and regenerates. He goes, I'm fine.
Bonk.
No, he is not. He was not actually in pain. He was going along with what you were doing. All right.
I am going to talk about this with Jaden, and
Oh,
you expect you getting an earful later from me too.
he chuckles, and Mr. Bones looks at him and goes, "Is that a new suit?" And Sylvester just takes it out. Regardless, I'm here to collect this thing. He walks over to the big 500-pound rock and just casually picks it up like it's a beach ball.
I am going to kill that man.
And then he just teleports away. It's gone. Oh, Sylvester's gone now.
Yeah, I'm going to kill him.
You hear his voice in your head, now deeper, say, "Try."
I know I can try because you cannot kill a goddamn god.
I am no god. Close enough. I'm more closer to what you call a primordial.
Do you want another earful? Well, I am holding your ear, so yes.
Ah, chuckles and says, fair enough, fair enough. As you're still holding the dismembered section of.
I'm actually going to add that to my inventory.
Go ahead, go ahead. I'm going to say, by the way, it counts in terms of using it for things because it does have a leathery.
Okay.
Anyway, so the exchange has happened. Now, Mr. Bones, as the Holy Avenger, says, "You give me an hour to into this."
Well, well, well. Why are you asking me? It's not my thing.
Right. Yeah, anyway, though, given your speedy venture, I feel the need to give a tip at self with.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, yeah, totally.
And Mr. Bones gives you 2 platinum pieces.
I
I'll have
keep
2 platinum
forgetting
pieces.
that. Uh, I why? How did I end up with these? How do I end up with these situations?
Mr. Bones says, Mr. Bones chuckles and says, "All right, you'll find the ride will bring you back to the front gate. I'm sure you can find your own way home back that way." So, and he looks at you and notices, "You're probably going to have to hike all the way back, aren't you? I'm not going to transport
Well, I did say I was going to kill him.
you. You're from the prime material world, right?"
Yep.
Hmm.
But I still need to go back to him because he gave me a thing I have to return.
All right. One moment. And he begins channeling some magic to cast a spell. How does your character react to him starting to cast a spell? He doesn't seem.
Resort will just
Go ahead.
like seeing like how Mr. Bones is like currently trustworthy. He will like look at it,
All right. As this
not doing much.
happens, he begins to cast a spell, and he casts the spell teleports. Teleportation. Which you recognize because you saw that Jaden cast. You've seen Jaden cast the spell quite a few times before, but you're not sure where he's sending you, given the fact that teleportation circle cannot connect directly to the world.
Yeah, and I still need to return the wand to the Mr. Dirt Boy.
Uh, it, wait, what was that about the wand?
But I have to return it, don't I?
Yeah, you have to return to Silvestro. Yeah, never actually ended. Um, he says, Mr. Bones says, "Step through this portal, and you'll go back to Silvestro's lair."
Ah, thank you. I'm going to give him another earful. He just like hops on in.
All right. As that happens, do you step through the portal?
Yeah.
When you step through the portal, you are transported back to Silvestro's lair. Uh, but more specifically, you transport to a different section than normally the character. Where is where is there's Silvestro? Bam.
Ta-da. So let's find ourselves.
You are, and let me because I like the last.
Yep.
It specifically right right there. When you come out, you are in Sylvester's lair, though you're in a section of it you've never actually personally.
Oh boy.
The environment is dark, damp, full of greens hanging in.
Ah, yeah, I'm not going to clean this.
What was that?
He was just making a joke about not cleaning this.
Oh. All right. Uh, I mean, well, actually, you don't know. are. So you just
Yeah, let's wander around.
pick a direction.
Let's
Either
see,
go
we
this
can
way
go.
or this way.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. We're going this way.
Okay, so that way.
Nope.
All right. You can either go this way or this.
You know, let's try up the stairs.
All right. And as that happens, I'll have a perception check. Before you go up the stairs, I'll have a perception check. Something at the stairs.
Perception. 14.
Okay. You notice that there's a basilisk at the top of the stairs.
And nope.
Do you try to be sneaky and stealth around the basilisk?
No, I'm not dealing with a basilisk today.
Are you going to? Well, I mean, like stealth around it, as in like going this way, but trying to make sure it doesn't.
Yep.
Okay. Make a stealth check. I think you only need to roll higher than 8 for this thing because that has a percent. Yeah, you're good. You're able to stealth by it, no problem. All right. Down here. Get all the way to here. Way or this way?
Let's see.
You also notice a Cheringa sitting against.
Hey. Sortu would like kind of try to get its attention.
Uh, it looks at you, and also I just noticed you still have Deborah with you.
No, she shouldn't be.
Okay, I'm
I
just
think.
double checking because I didn't actually remember if you went. You do have Squirt still.
Yeah, I do still have squirt.
Yes.
I
Uh,
I still have. I still do have squirt.
yes. And as the Cheringa looks up, notices you, it begins to shake a little bit and backs up to try it and goes into the stone wall, disappears.
God damn it! I wanted to ask for directions.
Oh, it pokes its head out of the stone, looks at you.
Do you know where Sylvester is?
It stops, and it looks off in one specific direction.
I'm going to trust you.
It waves as you pass by.
I will wave too.
Okay. Yeah. Um, and as you go further down, do you look behind you?
No.
Okay. Keep going. You because there's no choices here. Actually, make me a perception check as you pass by this thing. Or investigate. Uh,
Perception makes more sense. No, I rolled a.
all
I
right.
rolled a.
It is nothing. Cool. All right. Going. So keep going. You can go all the way up until here. Cool. Um. So, do you want to go this way or do you want to go this way? Start to hear a rumbling. Way.
Yeah. Let's try our luck.
All right. As this happens, I will have you make another perception check.
16.
You notice there's like a specific circle that's suspicious.
Could you point out where?
Yeah. Make an investigation check on the wall. Do you have any?
Oh. Nope.
No. You just have musical instruments again. That's yeah.
A natural one.
All right. You're not able to make heads or tails of it, but yeah, you're not able to make heads or tails of it, but you can tell that there's something weird.
So, uh, maybe
Uh,
Sylvester is playing tricks again.
yeah. Do you try to contact Sylvester?
Yeah, Sortu will grab onto the one. Hey, Sylvester, you forgot about a thing.
Where are you?
In your cave.
Hey, how'd you get in my cave?
Portal.
Oh, Mr. Bones must sent you to the teleportation circle, didn't he?
Yeah.
And why aren't you in my lair by now?
I don't know. Maybe because I'm not used to the surroundings. Maybe it's because I'm never shown around here. Maybe because you usually just yeet me out of the freaking cave. I don't know.
He says, okay, enough of the sass. What
No,
really has you?
I do have a reason to be mad with you. So no, I am not leaving the sass out of here. But yes, I am somewhere in your cave, trying to find you.
He sighs and does a motion, and with that, you get transported. Thank
Bless you.
you. Did you look behind you at all during that?
Nope.
Okay. Huh. All right. Since this happens, you are now in front of Sylvester again. Is the
Think fast.
deed? What was that?
Think fast.
What? Okay. Are you going to make Sylvester take a dex save?
Yeah, I'm throwing the wand at him.
Okay. I'll have Sylvester make a dex save. I'll go. Actually, no. Make an attack roll. Make an attack roll. It'll be an
Just a rec.
improvised. It'll be an improvised thrown weapon. So it's just using your
Improvise.
raw dexterity or.
Let's see. Well, yeah, let's go dexterity.
I'm just gonna say you have advantage, so you got that crit, just because it's more hilarious.
Fair enough.
Okay, and you manage to throw this item at him, and he goes, "Aw," and you look over, and it just happens to hit him in the eye, and he goes, "Ah!" As he pulls the wand out of his eye. Uh,
And I didn't think. Okay. Some
so,
kobold.
roll me. No, to be fair, it was an improvised weapon attack. So, roll me 2d4.
2d4. I didn't expect that it will hit him in the eye. I more expected the forehead.
6 damage. He
6
took
damage.
6 damage from that. Anyway, he says, "Yeah, it hit him in the eye because you got crit, so it had to hit him in some sort." and his forehead is not. He goes, ah, fine, fine. I probably deserve it. I probably deserve it. Anyway,
Surprisingly, I do feel a little bad for that one, but I'm not going to apologize.
yeah, yeah. Is the deed done?
Yeah, that should be everything.
And you do
Oh
notice that
wait,
he's
wait,
holding the
no,
shiny.
no, wait, you didn't pay me.
He grumbles. You notice that he's still holding the shiny. Uh, fine. I'll let you
Good one.
pick one item from my board of uncommon.
A little bit greedy today, are we? But sure.
You agreed to what?
Nothing.
So you get to pick from one common or uncommon item in the anything that you want.
So let's see.
Would you?
Wait, where do I check?
Yeah. Would you like some suggestions?
Sure.
Is there anything in particular that you're looking as either a character or as a player?
Where in player wise, I don't know. In character wise, I don't know.
um. That Sortu would want an
Who requested that?
Someone in my head mentioned, "What about an airship? That's a mundane item." I'm like, yeah, I don't know if you want an entire airship.
Yeah, let's just open a gambling business in the air. It's not illegal. It's not illegal because it's not taking place on land. Will also make things easier to transport for a certain dragon, but no, it doesn't. It doesn't make sense.
Does Sortu wear armor?
Let me check. Well, he does have his knight armor, but currently he has leather.
Um, so he's not currently wearing any armor, really. What's his normal knight armor?
Well, well, it's mostly like a mix. It's it's like like you know those like anime like one hand like one hand armor thing like you know
Yeah, I kind of get what you. Because there is a certain
something
item
similar
that
to
was.
that, but like with like probably something like that with like a magical ability to like give his body like I don't know how to describe shit.
Cause the reason why I asked, because I had an idea, and that was to have Sortu get a barrier tattoo of uncommon.
Barrier?
Yeah, the barrier tattoo of uncommon quality. It's produced by a special. So it's a tattoo that would cover his body. It would effectively count as. It says while you aren't wearing armor, the tattoo grants you an armor class of 12 plus your dexterity mod. You can use a shield and still gain its benefits. You basically count as wearing studded leather while you wear no armor.
So yeah, basically I will still have the same armor class.
Yeah, but now you don't need to wear armor to get it. But it does take up one of your attunement slots. So I'm like, eh. So he
Yeah,
just,
it doesn't make sense.
yeah, it's interesting. That's what I was just asking. Oh, if you armor or
Yeah, but it makes but it's a good question.
yes. Oh, that's a good question, actually. Um, you know, it's something that just occurred to me.
Hmm.
technically, that wand you just had is an uncommon item. You just ask for that wand.
Hey, do you know about the object I threw at you that kind of stuck in your eye?
Odds.
What rarity is that item?
Mastercrafted, but uncommon. Why?
Maybe I should take that to throw at you next time.
Promise not to throw something at me next time.
Only if you, I will. I only throw stuff when you deserve it.
Fair. So let me guess. You want to keep.
Yeah.
Well, it would be useful for your build. Saying that in
Wait, what do you mean build?
each other. Alright. And he tosses the item back at you. He's going to make an attack roll. He says, think fast. Okay. This is going to be fun. What's Silvestro's attack mod for this?
Oh God.
Yeah, Silvestro has, I believe, a +10 to his dexterity.
So he has to roll below a 7.
Also, is he with weapons? I forgot whether or not I gave him Tavern Brawl. No, I did not give him Tavern Brawl. Okay, so yeah, he gets a 19 as an attack roll to hit you.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay, and then this one's only doing 1d4 damage. So you take 3 damage as he conks you in the forehead. Says, there, it's fair. Your item. And he just.
I could use. I could waste a spell, but I'm not going to because I'm feeling nice today.
Now go along. I hear they're having some issues with mimics.
Why am I not surprised?
Yeah. Oh, and bring that stowaway with you. I don't want him. And he's referencing Squirt, who's in his pocket. Squirt chimes up and says, I'm not a stowaway. I'm an adventurer. He goes, up.
It's just Sortu will kindly, lightly and kindly push Squirt back into the pocket.
Squirt is like, I will not be silenced. As he's being muffled by your hand back in the pocket.
He acts nicely instead of like how you do. So no, I will take him with me.
If people are wondering the characterization, if you ever play Fallout New Vegas and you know Monkey from Fallout New Vegas, yeah, that's kind of how I'm characterizing him. Anyway, so with that, I think anything else you want to do in this side session, or we just hold here?
No, that should be everything.
Yeah, I think we basically covered everything. So at this point, you would leave the carriage. Um, that's a good question. Where actually?
Well, Jaden did unsummon it, and
Yeah.
we were at the castle.
So as you going to go ahead and say, okay. So as you leave the carriage, I'm going to go ahead and say it acts like a teleportation circle in terms of it will bring you to a teleportation circle with this.
Oh God,
Make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
It's one way though, so you can't use a teleportation circle in the sea to get into the carriage, but you can use the carriage to get to one from out of it. But that's only specific when it's unsummoned. If you've ever seen Howl's Moving Castle, that's kind of what I'm talking about there. So you can use it to travel back to the magical factions. Um, actually, before we call, let's actually talk about. So back here.
Yeah, let's walk in with a pizza.
Do you still
Well, I
have
think
that pizza?
it's only you know what you know the meme I'm referencing to.
Yep, pizza time.
The, no pizza time, no pizza time. The one that I posted in that posted long ago.
Oh, I don't remember that one.
Soldier and Catherine was coming back to the party. The party dealing with the situation of mimics while everything is on fire. Let me resend it to you so we can actually. Let me resend it to you.
Ah, okay, thank you. Start the boat.
There you go.
All right, and oh yeah, that one. Sortu and Cathagnas returning to the party with a stack of pizza, and the party actually dealing with the situation with mimics. You know what? Just for the sake of that joke, I'm going to say that as you're heading towards the place, you do find a pizza place and buy some pizzas. Just to bring to them.
Yeah, that pizza was good. So sure buy that.
Yep. So
Hey, how much is the pizza?
the pizzas are. I'm gonna go ahead and say they're silver pieces for a large pizza.
So so how do I exchange gold pieces?
There is an exchange rate in there, but basically, 10 silver pieces, 1 gold. 10 gold is equal to 1 platinum. Like the Matrix. That's for Electrum.
So
Electrum's just
copper, silver, gold, and platinum. Am I correct?
copper, silver, gold, and platinum. Yes. Ignore Electrum. Electrum is weird.
So
Um,
I okay.
you want to see the actual sheet that has the thing, because if you go to handouts, references, useful normal info, there's currency exchange, which just has the actual.
Useful info. Useful normal info.
All right.
Currency exchange. Found it.
Yeah, I also have the conversion rate. Gold piece dollars. It's worth.
Yeah.
Yeah. The reason why Electrum is the way it is because Electrum's half gold. So
Yeah, it's complicated.
it's literally worth half a gold piece as the fact that there's a way to make gold. There's a way to make more gold coin shortage. They just start putting silver into gold. Oh, that's the ancient
Good to know.
is. I had to research this because I was like, wait, is Electrum even a thing? Do I? Yes, it's Because I thought it was just one of those fantasy stuff, but oh, it's actually.
Interesting.
All right. By the way, I will say this dot in the center of the city. That's the teleportation zone.
That makes sense.
Yep. Also, how are you going to figure out where they are?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Right? Do you know where they are?
Nope. Thank you, Silvestro. Realizes that I'm still holding the one that Silvestro gave me, and I'm still connected to.
Right. Though, off in the distance, in addition to seeing the place, also happened to notice in the distance the Cathanglis and another man that you don't recognize but has metal arms walking away in a certain direction off in the distance. And you figure, oh, I guess I just might follow them.
Like, hey, Cathanglis.
Well, I wouldn't move because, okay, basically, the way that they wrapped up their mini session had them going towards it down this main that happened to pass by the center. So I figured you're going to follow them without actually,
So I'm
obviously,
just following them.
just
Yeah,
follow them. I
let's
figured
see
that,
how sneaky. Let's see how sneaky about it I am. Just
yeah,
for fun.
sure, why not? But also, I just figured that you wouldn't be able to actually catch up with them
Yeah,
until
because
the
I'm small.
actual session. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I do have 40 feet of movement.
Oh, fair. I forgot about that. By the way,
You know, I'm a small, fast boy.
also, I forgot it's not Cathanglis and the dude. It's specifically Dracul and someone you don't recognize. So Dracul seems to have now a 7-foot bronze sword that you don't recognize. He has
Wait,
a new
wait, is Dracul the kobold?
no. Dracul is the big barbarian black dragon.
Alright, dude, that's one of his forms.
Uh, Dracul is specific. Remember when Cadmus split in half into
Well, I do remember a small black kobold, but it's complicated, so yeah.
it wasn't there's not a small kobold. Small kobold is red. Red is a small.
It's complicated for my kobold mind.
Yes, red is a small kobold, and is also Thokarai's buddy. Who's not? They are with the mimics, right? Um. Yeah. No. Dracul is the who's now wielding a. So. Actually, that's a fun project. I can have them do. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting distracted.
Listen, Sortu is not familiar with them, so he kind of confuses them a lot.
Fair enough. So you managed to get some pizza, and that's what we'll call the session. Because we'll pick up with that in the next session. Next mainline session, a week from now, just over a week.
Just we.
Yeah. So, did you get everything done that you wanted done?
Yeah,
You even have 2 more platinum pieces in your pocket and a fancy new.
that I'm going to abuse.
Yes, I figured you would. Keep in mind the rules on the.
Yeah, I should probably write those down.
Yes, and I'll post them back in the. Da, 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 da. This is right, so I should.
Oh, no, 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 no. No, I have to stop myself. I have to stop myself because that's also a copyrighted song. Even if it is in a video game, it's still copyrighted. There you go. Thank you. And to those watching, no, Sortu is not sassy like this usually. He's only sassy with the Fey Dragon himself, Silvestro.
There, I posted it.
Thank you, though.
I also posted which kind of mastercraft. Sylvester had the basic kind of mastercrafting, which is the most durable but the least of the plus. Normally it'd be a +1 to attack and damage rolls, but since magic missile doesn't use attack roll, it doesn't matter. So it just will damage roll because you only roll. Okay. Oh yeah. So cool. You get to add that to your. Also, you know what? You also get to add inventory. Now? Or rather, not adding to your inventory, but do you know what you get to add to your knowledge base?
Oh,
Uh, you now as a character know what glorified is. So, that means I can now make that material visible to you. Are you aware of if you go into references, items and weapons, materials, you'll see various materials that your character knows about, and there's special materials that items can be made out of that provide properties that are inherent to the actual material but are not necessarily magical. Now I'm
so
making
I get knowledge. Nice.
yeah, you get knowledge. So I would like you to actually, if you would you like actually, sorry, I'll go ahead and ask. Would you like to read out the ones that you know about?
Where do I read this?
Basically, before we end the stream, do you want to read out what some of these materials do that you know of? Or
Sure, let's see.
yeah. So it's handouts, references, items and weapons, materials.
Handouts, handouts, references.
Yes, I do folders of folders. Keep things
Wait. References. No, I don't want artificer. I don't want barbarian. It's probably not features. Not a fighter, not a ranger. So
you're
I
in
need to.
class and click out of that.
I was in references.
Handouts, references,
All
items,
right.
and weapons.
Item and weapons. Okay. I'm blind, by the way.
That's fine. During so in the campaign, literally, yeah.
Wait, I don't have one eye.
No, I was different.
That makes sense. Okay. So yeah, let's see. Crafting and mundane items downtown.
Uh,
That's crafting.
no, not the crafting thing.
Emo.
Specific folder called material.
Yeah, I found it.
Yeah, and see a bunch of materials listed out that you don't know.
So it's adamant.
Adamantine.
adamantine, chlorite, draconic gear, mithril, and obsidian.
Yep. Also, by the way, it's pronounced chlorophyte.
Chlorophyte.
Yeah, like chlorophyll, which is a type of cell. It's actually a type of material in plants.
Well, actually, chlorophyte. Actually, chlorophyll is actually over here said like chlorophyll. Chlorophyll.
Okay,
Because,
science.
different countries.
Enough. Fair enough.
While you're in American, I am in Europe.
Indeed. Life is in Canada.
AKA, welcome to the party that's all over the world.
Right. And Fox is in Russia.
Alright. I hope he's okay.
I hope so too. There's a reason why he doesn't like talking about that one subject. A lot of people talk about.
Like, like, I'm not going to start anything, but uh, Tuesday, just a couple of worlds. Uh, Nobody in Russia is bad. It's just some people are making dumb decisions.
Yes. Anyway, uh, go ahead and read through some of these materials. You don't necessarily need to read them out loud if you don't want to, but go ahead and read.
Yeah, let's just for now. Let's read
Yep.
chlorophyte. Chlorophyte. A chlorophyte is an enigma, a living mineral, the latest psionic psionic signature all of its own. It slowly converts mud and stone into more of itself, forming a vast network that has expanded deep underground. Long a mystery, scholars now believe that it arrived centuries ago when an errant meteorite fell from stars. A description of this is a bright green mineral forms a complex lattice in a host material, usually stone, possessing only the barest glimmers of thought. Glorify turns its psionic powers to suit the intentions of an intelligent being in physical contact with it. Oh,
It's quite an expensive material. Also, if you look at the name of it, you can see how much it costs per.
damn, that's a lot.
Yeah, and Sylvester just got 500 pounds of this stuff.
That's how many 1,000 gold pieces is platinum, right?
No, a platinum is 10 gold pieces.
10 gold pieces.
So
So if we divide this by 10, that will be
a hun-
10 platinum per pound,
it,
which will be 15 platinum.
it'd be 100 platinum. It'd be 1,000 gold pieces. Divided by 10 is a platinum.
God, that's a lot.
Yeah, and then he got 500 pounds of the stuff, so it's 100 times 500, which means that he got 50,000 platinum worth of chlorophyte or a legendary item.
Yeah, we don't know his intentions well. Let's hope
Yeah.
those intentions are well.
To be fair, a legendary item does sell for retail at 500,000 gold pieces. So technically, this was an equivalent in terms of just raw cost, because both of these would be 500,000 gold pieces worth of stuff. But still, Jesus, that was a high level transaction.
Thank God Sortu was careful and smart about it.
Yes, yes. Anyway, keep reading about the material. So now that you know the price, that gives you more of a context on what you're about to read they can do.
Natural properties. A creature in physical contact with a network of chlorophyte can make use of its psionic powers. When the creature performs a skill check using intelligence or performs a tool check using a tool made of chlorophyte, the, the creature's proficiency bonus is doubled, or it adds its proficiency bonus if it isn't proficient. If it isn't proficient, in addition, it can use its actions to detect surface thoughts of another creature in contact with the network, as long as its intelligence score is greater than that of the creature. What the?
Yes. As I said, it's quasi psychic material. This is crazy stuff.
Weapons! When a creature makes an attack using a glorified weapon, they always do so with advantage, and if it misses, they can re-roll the attack and turn that miss into a hit, keeping the second roll. If that second roll is still a miss, then it can still deal damage.
Equal to
What the
your
hell?
proficiency bonus plus your intelligence modifier.
Do I just like swing a force field into the freaking guy?
What was that about Fourth Field?
I just like imagine like you just slash the air and it just the force hits them.
Right. Well, because it's quasi psychic, so you can almost say maybe it's like psychic damage or something with slashing. Either way, yeah. One of the things about Chloroform it's known for is it's known for being nearly impossible to actually miss with it. So that's what
In,
exactly.
in addition, you're allowed to use your intelligence modifier for any attacks made with a glorified weapon instead of a strength or dexterity for ranged weapons. Any glorified ammunition or thrown weapons always return back to their owner after being thrown.
So yeah, chlorified arrows go right back into the quiver after you fire them.
Why do I feel like I'm reading a Sims 4 Sims 4 patch?
I don't know why, but I can tell that you're getting slowly more and more shocked. That is what the weapon does. Now read what the armor does.
I just like imagine an adult Sims will immediately evacuate when an approaching meteorite is approaching, while kids in schools cannot leave during that period, resulting them always dying.
Right? uh,
Armor. When a creature is hit by an attack of wearing a glorified armor, prevented damage equal to its proficiency bonus and intelligence modifier. This can reduce the damage to zero, and if it does, you gain temporary hit points equal to its proficiency. Bonus, its intelligence modifiers, and if it was a melee
yeah, this is really good on a high intelligence character.
and for those who need an example, we have a glorified crossbow bolt, which a glorified bolt curves unerringly,
Unerringly.
unerringly towards towards its target, turning even the worst of shot into a hit, and then returning back to its bearer.
Yeah. So you can see what this 1,000 gold pieces per pound.
So basically, you can just shoot around the corner if you can see them slightly.
Yeah. It's like it doesn't matter how much cover they have, it will kind of hit. You can even hit. You can pretty much like one of the few ways to do guaranteed damage on creatures like Silvestro who have an absurd AC. Because even if you miss with the second roll, you still kind of hit because you still do damage equal to proficiency plus intelligence modifier.
To mention the freaking armor.
Yeah, that's not counting the armor. That's the weapon. And keep in mind, that's on top of the fact that you can read the surface thoughts of another creature in contact with the network as long as its intelligence score. Sorry, as long as your intelligence score is greater than that creature's. So yeah, you can see why this is a pretty special coveted material and why Sylvester of all people would want this.
I just like imagine like sort of thinking about maybe passing by the library later to just read up on the book again and just like flicking like and his eyes like widen slowly each time he reads.
Right? Like, wait a minute, did I read that correct? What? Also, Ironwood should have showed up because I realized you should know about iron. So you can also now see the iron.
Yeah, let's check it out.
Yeah. So before we end this stream, let's just go ahead and do Ironwood, Draconic Gear, Adamantine, Mithril. Oh, and Obsidian.
Yeah, let's do adamantine. Adamantine is one of the hardest substances in existence if we don't count the chlorophyte.
Well, to be fair, Chlorophyte's not harder. It's just quasi psychic. It's not hardest to obtain. It's hardest as in like diamond hard. You know what I mean?
In
Also,
the eyes of
before you read
architects,
further, look at the price of anime.
it's so goddamn cheap
It's much cheaper.
compared to everything else.
So, yeah,
Well, well, ironwood is cheaper, but still,
yeah. Keep in
for a
mind,
price.
normal steel is about 1 gold piece. That gives you an idea.
In the eyes of architects, engineers, and warlords across the lands, nothing can take its place as the most resilient of all building material. Many, many warriors own their life to the plates of adamantine across their chests, possess- possessing a dark, non-reflective surface and surprising density. Adamite can weather blows that would crush any lesser material. In
Metal.
content of mm, reading is hard. In context of force, Adamite surpasses almost every other substance and emerges as unblemished.
Unblemished. Also, I like how it says
Unblemished.
almost every other substance. uh,
Natural properties are items made of Adamite are much harder to break. Increase the AC of an item or the DC required to it break it by 5.
yep, they just automatically have plus there too.
Weapons Adamite weapons deal double damage to objects, constructs, and structures. This doesn't allow a weapon to deal damage to something it otherwise couldn't, such as bludge going weapon dealing damage to a hanging rope.
There.
When a critical hit is made against a creature wearing Adamite armor, it becomes a normal hit. In addition, the armor is far more durable against damage and blows, and provides a +5 to AC while worn. Excuse me. In addition, whenever you get hit by an attack, the damage you take is automatically reduced by 5, down to a minimum of 0.
Yep.
Example example item. Adamite Lock. Adamite stalwart's resistance to harm makes it highly suited for protective measures such as locks.
Yep. Pretty simple material. I will say adamantine, mithril, and Adamantine, Mithril, and Obsidian are things known by every character in the party.
Okay. Next we have Dragonic Gear, which is a variable price.
And it's also one of the longest entries of all of them. Sorry, one of the longest entries for its price point.
Let me quickly get water so I can read.
Okay, if you ever want me to start reading some of these things out, I can.
Okay, I got my water.
Welcome back with your water. As I
I have
said,
wireless headphones.
if you ever want me to read some of these things out, I can. Up to you.
Don't worry, I can read these out. It's
Cool.
it's the least I can do.
Yay! Plus, we're extending the mini session somehow.
Yeah, we need to reach the 3 hour mark somehow.
Yeah.
Dragonic Hide. Dragonic armor is considered by many to be an epitome of success, or
Epitome.
uh, English, am I right?
Yes, English.
Success for an adventure, for it's not just powerful, but also a symbol of victory and material prowess
Martial
over the
prowess.
strong martial prowess over the strongest of foes. What makes Draconic Hide and Leather so particularly good is that it provides the bearer a measure of protection against powerful elemental attacks without the need for any enchantments.
By the way, take a drink every time it just mentions Draconic. It mentions Draconic a lot.
Well, I cannot drink, but okay. I have water.
Fair enough. I'm gonna go get more water as you do this.
Armor is one of the most important real estates for enchantment locations within an adventure arsenal, because one is expected to always be wearing armor wherever dangerous you go. Overlapping enchantment is near impossible and requires tremendous techniques, expensive materials, and an unbelievable amount of time to accomplish. So when a material shows up that gives magical level abilities without requiring enchanting, the material typically revolutionizes and monopolizes the market. Unluckily for everyone, for this material requires the expert slaying and skinning of a dragon. A, a piece of dragon hide is completely immune to the element. Where, wait, why is that? Wait, why did the turn order pop up? Am I in danger?
No. Also, I just got back. I don't know why it popped up.
Am I in danger?
I think Cathanglis might have clicked something. Anyway, continue. I closed it.
Rage to dragon that from which it came off. Catangus, I'm not a dragon. I'm a kobold. A piece of red dragonhide, for example, will not, under any circumstances, be signed, burned, or ignited by a flame.
I will say,
Not
by
to
the
be
way, one little thing, bro. I will say there is a big difference between draconic gear and dragon forged armor. This is not talking about dragon forged armor. This is talking about draconic gear, which is made entirely of dragon parts.
not to
Dragon,
be confused by the player playing Jaden called Flame.
but for example, Jaden's armor is draconic armor. He's draconic gear armor because he specifically summoned from Sylvester. It's made with bits of Sylvester. However, it's made entirely out of Sylvester's essence. However, for example, Zokarai has a dragon forged armor, where he has normal steel armor that was then forged with his own scales, which is different. So that's a distinct difference. That draconic gear is made entirely out of dragon parts, where dragon forge is only. So these rules you're reading are on draconic gear.
A piece of a blue dragon hide throws off lightning without dissipating it. These protections can be granted to one who wears clothing or armor made from these materials. But to do so, he or she must be basically covered head to toe by the hide. This means that to produce an actually beneficial set of dragonhide armor, one needs a lot of dragonhide. Okay, everyone, anytime I say dragon or draconic, you take a shot.
Yep, that's what I'm doing.
Armor. Armor made of full dragonhide automatically has an increased AC of 2 compared to similar sets of armor made from mundane steel or leather. And also, you gain immunity to 1 damage type, corresponding to the dragon from who the hide was removed. In addition, you have advantage on saving throws against a frightful presence and breath weapons of dragons. Additionally, you can focus your senses as an action to magically discern the distance and directions to the closest dragon within 30 miles of you that is of the same type as the armor. This is a special action ca- and can't be used again until the next dawn.
Yep.
Dragon Gear Bones. Bones of a dragon are the spiritual center of health and supernatural resilience of the creature. Fun fact: bones. Fun fact: most people believe that where your spirit is held is in the bones, and this
Interesting.
actually makes sense.
That would make sense.
Yeah, it's just a little fun fact because people believe that the spirit is being held inside the bones.
Right. Another fun fact, by the way, when you die, there is a distinct amount, like the moment of death, there's a distinct amount of body weight happens that is completely unaccountable for.
Oh, and also you poop your pants.
Well, yes, that, but I more mean like the moment that you die, because they figure this out that yeah, on the moment that you die, there's a chunk of weight that a person loses immediately that they cannot account for with any known explanation, like the last bit of air from their lungs or whatever, all that sort of stuff. They accounted for all that, but there's still a small chunk of weight that they have no idea what it is. And to me, I'm like, cool. That leaves wiggle room for that literally being a soul. Because that would imply a soul
It,
does have physical weight, which I find really cool if it does exist, which I'm pretty sure it does.
it is the bones which form the structure of supermancy and the perfection of the draconic body. More importantly, however, the bones hold all the spiritual energy that constitutes the the material self of the dragon,
Just as
and
you're talking about.
it is the link, that the
Weave.
weave of a magic uses in order to actualize the location and existence of a dragon within the world. By interacting with a dragon's bone, a spellcaster can fool the weave into dismantling magics and curses that the dragon has enacted. Yeah, a
Yeah,
weapon fashion.
I will say, by the way, I copied and pasted a lot of that from a pre book that detailed it. So there's more fancy words there than I typically use. I'm sorry.
No, I'm having fun because it is practicing my English.
Yeah.
A weapon fashioned out of the bones or claws of a dragon of the same type as the draconic fun, fundamentum.
That's a
Fundamentum.
Draconis fundamentum.
Draconis fundamentum is a guarantee to sustain the overwhelming elemental power of the magic and is typically used for rituals such as these. Weapon. Dragonbone weapons are immune to element damage type associated with the dragon that they came from, and have pieces of the essence of the dragon itself inside the weapon, thus allowing you to add a +2 to all of the attacks and damage rolls with the weapons. In addition, you get to deal an extra 2d6 damage. Eh, did I crash?
Did you crash? I can hear you.
Just mm, I I don't know. I don't know because my icon disappeared for a second. So yeah,
Okay, are you good now?
yeah, it's good now.
Okay, cool.
What was the last thing you heard? Heard?
The last thing I heard was add a +2 to attack and damage rolls. In addition, you roll an extra 2d6.
Okay. In addition, you get to deal an extra 2d6 damage with the weapon corresponding to the damage type associated with the dragon the bones came from. In addition, when attacking a dragon with a weapon made from dragon bone of the same type, you have advantage on the attack rolls against the dragon and get the maximum from any damage dice instead of rolling. So if you roll 2d6, you're guaranteed 12 damage.
Right, and keep in mind it's adding the 2d6 additional on there, but usually that doesn't matter because of the fact that the dragon's probably immune to its own type. So it's like, yeah, sure, your weapon's doing an extra 2d6 lightning damage, but that doesn't matter against a blue dragon who's lightning.
Yeah,
So
but if a weapon does two, but yeah, if a weapon does like, well, let's say 2d8 damage, it does the 16 total damage, ignoring the bonus.
right. So if you made like an ultra great sword out of draconic bone, that'd be 2d12 damage. That would then be max 4 damage, guaranteed, and you'd have advantage on those attack rolls. Yeah, that'd be pretty good.
Next, we have material made out of wood, strong as iron.
Ironwood, yes, it's the basic summary I can give is a combination of steel and iron, and it's something that could be made by druids with a cantrip.
Ah, writing this down for my druid boy.
Yes, yes. Well, there's not a druid cantrip in the default game, but in my campaign there is. Ironwood was a thing from previous editions. I added it into this edition.
Now, let's read the description so we can stall for time.
D.
Ironwood, the mightiest trees that the world has ever seen. Ironwood pines can reach 30 feet across at their base and over 300 feet high. Its fresh, it, its flesh is so tough that the woodsmen opt for drills and picks over saws. Description: even when freshly harvested, ironwood's grayish, pitted surface gives it the appearance of a petrified relic.
Petrified.
Without the proper petrified, words,
That's
more words,
word. Word, bro.
even more words.
That's word, bro.
Without the proper tools, carving ironwood is a slow and arduous, ar- arduous
Yeah,
process.
arduous.
Arduous,
You're correct.
words.
Yeah.
Ironwood can also be created through the use of a special cantrip, converting ordinary wood into ironwood, though, a slow but powerful process.
Yes. So basically, Cthulhu can turn any normal wood that he finds into ironwood, basically allowing him to effectively make steel, which is awesome from
But
normal.
it's a long process.
Yeah, a long process, as in uh one it's 1 minute per square foot of wood. So yeah, it's
Natural properties. All ironwood items gain the benefits of both wooden and metal implements, and only suffer from downsides that affect both materials. So even though they might be stronger together, they're also weak together, meaning fire can do some serious damage.
no, actually not. That's actually not how that works. As you're about to read.
I know, I was just making a joke.
Ah, okay.
For example, they're non-flammable despite being made of wood. and are immune to rust despite acting similar to metal.
Yeah. So basically,
Well,
they have. Go ahead.
metal can technically melt at a certain point, but still.
Right, but wood cannot melt at certain burns. Here's the thing. Basically, it has the beneficial properties of both materials, but the only detrimental properties it has are properties that are shared by both. So,
It
for
is an interesting material.
it's
The
very
only
interesting. But if you notice, it has no like specific beneficial properties. It's mainly just it just is it has the beneficial properties of wood and metal. It doesn't give like any stat bonuses, but it helps with things. For example, druids aren't allowed to wear metal. Well, they're allowed to wear metal armor, but they can wear ironwood armor, and that acts just as good as metal.
because it's both iron and wood.
Yeah, and it's a natural material. Druids. So yeah, no, you basically ironwood is there for that reason, but it's also there just as like, hey, if you wanted to make something that you can use against a rust monster, here you go. you ever heard of a rust monster?
No.
It's a monster that can cause metal items to rust in literally one round.
Oh God.
As in, like, if it bites into your steel plate armor, a huge chunk of your armor will just rust away immediately. Yeah.
Anyway, shall we move on?
Yes. Yeah. Also, I something just occurred to me. You read that book of fantastic materials and where to find it. Yes.
Yeah, but that's at a later point.
What do you mean at a later point?
Well, yes, I did read it, but I don't remember most of it. So yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Though I will say that does mean that you have the potential to know about any of the materials I have in my campaign that are actually majority of it. So yeah,
Yeah, like when I slowly refresh my memory, we will find out.
you should. Can you mark down something as a feature for yourself? By the way,
For sure.
mark down as a feature that you have advantage on identifying materials. Thanks to that book.
So material knowledge.
Yes.
You could say I'm a material boy.
Material boy living in a material world.
I don't want to call it material boy now.
Sure. I guess next would be either Mithril or City.
We are going. Next one is Mithril.
Yes. This is the Elven property, and also what Cathangus cries.
Um,
It's
if
in
you
the
collect the
lore that
spears, then
Moonstone dragons shed mithril tears.
yeah, I don't want to bother you, but could you cry into this bucket?
We actually did the math on how much you'd need to cry to actually be able to make mithril plate armor. and
Why did you go through that?
we basically found out that he would have to cry for like 25 hours straight. or something like that. I don't know. I don't remember what the math was. I remember it's just pretty long. But he could definitely make shiny baubles easily.
So let's just grab like 20 dragons, so they all have to cry like 1 hour.
Yeah, yeah. Or you just go buy mithril. It's only 25 gold pieces per pound. And as you're about to see, you only require half the amount of poundage that you normally do for materials to make stuff out of it. So really, you can kind of slash that right in half for plate armor.
Mithril, prized, prized by the elves and dwarves alike. Mithril has been forged into some of the world's finest creations. Noble personages
Noble persona laud it for its beauty.
Lauded for its beauty, making mithril a coveted choice for jewelry and ceremonial armor.
Indeed.
Description.
Yes, you're correct.
Here is its description. Mithril is a flexible metal, lighter than iron, but just as hard. It has a naturally pearly tone, as well as a silvery surface that glistens when polished.
Indeed.
Natural properties of said items made of mithril weigh half as much and are as comparable items.
All right. So far, it seems pretty mundane, but we'll get into some of the specifics.
Weapons made of mithril don't have heavy properties. They gain finesse property. Otherwise, they lose heavy property, but can still benefit from great weapon master feature. If mithril weapons already have finesse property, then they gain the light and throwing property, 20 feet to 60 feet. If they already have the light property, they gain the throw property, which is 20 to 60. If they already have the throw property, then the throw range is double. If you make mithril ammunition for a ranged weapon, then the range on that weapon, short and long, is double.
Yeah, so mithril crossbow bolts will make the crossbow be able to fire twice as far.
Armor. Mithril armor pieces never impose disadvantage on dexterity or stealth dexterity
Uh,
dexterity stealth checks.
yeah, stealth is a type of dexterity check.
Or have strength requirement. So you don't have to be a big boy.
Yeah, so if you had mithril heavy armor, it doesn't require good strength and it doesn't impose disadvantage on stealth, which is already really good.
In addition, Mithril medium armor allows you to add your full dexterity the to the armor class. And Mithril heavy armor allows you to add your dexterity to your armor class up to a max of +2.
So basically, mithril medium armor becomes what normal light armor is. Mithril heavy armor becomes what normal medium armor effectively. So
Example item.
yeah, well, before we get to that, so for example, let's take the best medium armor that normally exists in the game, which is half plate. Any guesses on what half plate normally does? I'm talking about for your character.
No, I am not aware of what the half-plate does.
Okay, so half plate is the best medium armor. Um, and it has AC of 15. So it also requires 40 pounds of material. Well, if you had mithril half plate, it would only require 20 pounds worth of
7.
material. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, no, sorry, I was just calculating.
Okay. Half plate normally, medium armor normally only allows you to add +2 from your dexterity on there. So, for example, let's say if you have 14 dexterity, that's a +2. But if you have 18 dexterity, it's still only a +2. If that makes sense. So in this
Yeah.
case, the most you could normally get with half plate would be +2, which is 17, which is the best as same as studded leather normally. So yeah, normally it's AC 15, only allows up to a +2 dex, and has a weight 40, and imposes disadvantage on stealth. Well, now not only does it have a weight of 20, it only requires 20, but also it doesn't impose disadvantage. And now its AC is 15 plus dex. So for Sortu,
That
I
would be
believe
20.
yeah, you would have an AC of 20, not counting shield or anything.
Yeah, that would be powerful. They have to roll criticals. Most enemies would have to roll critical hit.
Yes, they would, unless they have like a really high plus to their attack modifier. Then, yeah, so that gives you an idea of what that's capable of. And you could even wear heavy armor and still like benefit a bit from your decks. Are you proficient? Or are you proficient in heavy armor?
Let me check. Armor, light armor. I'm not proficient with medium armor.
Okay, there is a feat you can pick up to become proficient in. And if you want to do that, then at some point you could get Mithril Halfway.
That would be
Um,
powerful.
it would be powerful. If we calculate the price, since it only requires 20 pounds worth of material, that means that would be
25 times
500
20.
500 gold pieces, same rate as an uncommon. So technically, you could have actually gotten that from Celestro, the one, because you're not proficient in medium. But
Well,
yeah,
I can
that's not.
technically. No, I cannot technically afford it.
That, by the way, that's not counting your Mandrake discount because of your Mandrake house, you get half off from most vendors. You could probably buy the Mythful for 250 gold instead of 500 gold.
I have 299 gold pieces.
So you could technically, if you found someone with enough Mithril, go buy 250 gold pieces of Mithril, walk over to Zokurai and say, "Make me some Mithril half plate, please." You'll probably end up massacring.
Like I can go buy it, but it's not really good right now because the
Yeah,
near level the next level up is probably nowhere near.
right. It's not good right now, but I'm just saying that's a thing that you can potentially do at this point. And I on this. Yeah. So also, if you ever got heavy armor, I doubt you would. But if you ever got heavy armor, I will say a good way to pick up proficiency in medium armor is to get one level into fighter because that automatically.
Makes sense.
So if you want on your next level up to just pick up a level of fighter, you could.
Very
Uh,
good.
want to talk? Want to talk? Sorry, this is getting way. Want to talk about what fighter would give you as a level up?
Let's discuss that at a later point.
Oh, okay. You want to talk about this at later?
Yeah, let's talk about this at a later point. I still have Obsidian to talk about.
Fair enough. So yeah, basically, half plate is normally AC 15, and it could go up to a 20 with full dex. Full plates, which is the heaviest heavy armor, normally it has an AC of 18 and doesn't benefit from dex. In addition to a strength requirement, but now it'd be AC 18 and prevent benefit from up to +2 in dex, meaning have up to an AC of 20. So overall, while it doesn't provide a direct beneficial like bonus to your um it makes you wear heavy it can let you wear heavier armor without having the penalty. So yeah, anyway, go ahead and read the Mithril Tinker. Got to do that.
Example item: Mithril Tinker Tools. Mithril Tinker Tools can also be made considerably finer without increasing fragility, allowing for more delicate work. When you make a Tinker Tool check involving small, de- delicate parts, such as assembling a dog
A
or
dog.
clock, I,
Alright.
I a Nintendo Switch dock.
Oh, I heard a dog. I was like, such as assembling a dog. I was like, wait, what?
Well, artificers can probably make a dog, so who knows?
Anyway,
Or repairing a construct, you get a +5 bonus on the check.
yeah. So for stuff that for basically any tool that relies on dexterity, you get a +5 bonus to the check if it's a roll tool. Right. We get to it. And
And
yes, the same
obsidian.
material is really. Some of these properties you see listed here are the same properties that Ill Obsidian item would have. Go ahead.
I know a lot because I play Minecraft.
Yes.
That's a joke.
Ah,
Because
fair, fair.
you can you battle obsidian is not really that useful most of the time.
Right. In this case, you're going to see that too, where it has some neat abilities. It also has a drawback. It's the first material we've come towards that actually has a drawback, which is also represented by its cost. Look how cheap it
Yes, it is. It's 10 golden pieces per pound.
is. Yeah.
Arising in the wake of a volcanic activity, obsidian is most commonly found buried at the base of long dormant mountains. Although brittle, it naturally fractures into sheer edges and smooth planes, a necessity for crafting knives and arrowheads in days long past. A description, a description of an obsidian holds the appearance of a shard of a glass, but with natural shades ranging from deep purple to black. Smooth and reflective, obsidian will often display its contours,
Yes.
contours
Correct.
with a glossy sheen. Sean, Sean Sheen,
Gene. Perfect. It's
Creation. Crafting obsidian into an object that promptly features soft edges takes half as much time.
yeah. So making an obsidian sword is easier than making.
Natural properties piece of an obsidian. Coming into sharp contact with an obsidian object may cause a creature to take 1d4 piercing damage and 1d4 slashing damage. However, the material is also notoriously brittle and breaks shards easily, causing it to need to be frequently repaired and maintained more often than metal.
Yeah. It's going to be a running theme, by the way. Take a drink every time you read 1d4.
Weapons made of obsidian deal either piercing and slashing damage, gain the positive benefits of both damage types, and only suffer downsides that affect both damage types. In addition, all weapon strikes made with an obsidian weapon, melee or range, deal an extra 1d4 damage. That's a drink.
An extra 1d4 piercing. Nothing.
That's two drinks.
Yes.
When a creature makes a grapple attempt against a creature bearing obsidian armor, it takes 1d4 slashing damage and 1d4 piercing damage. That's four drinks. In addition, whenever you are struck by a melee attack, the armor fragments, sending shots flying into the attacker, dealing 1d4 slashing damage, that's another drink, and 1d4 piercing damage to them. That's another drink. An example item is the obsidian signet ring. Unarmed strike made with a hand wearing an obsidian signet ring deals 1d4 piercing damage rather than their regular amount and type.
The drink. So yeah, as you can see, it's a lot more fragile. It's hard to keep actually working, but it can do damage just because it likes to fragment and pierce people.
But when you think about it, if you hit a if it deals damage when it breaks, it probably breaks inside too, dealing damage to the user as well.
Potentially, yes, but that's the reason why you make it like obsidian obsidian on the outside, like leather on the inside, so it doesn't just pierce in, sort of thing. Pierce into the leather
Well,
instead of into you.
well, it can still happen, but it's not likely
Yeah,
in
it
that
can.
situation.
It can still have. I'll worry about that when someone actually bothers to make something out of obsidian.
Yeah, let's hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah, mainly the use for this I point out to people is this is really good as arrowheads, which that's given historical context. Because the fragile property does not matter for arrowheads. So if you had arrowheads tipped with obsidian arrowhead, if you had arrowheads tipped actually would just do more damage. And yeah, it would break. So basically what would happen is that you would be trading the recoverability of your arrows for more damage. Because normally you can recover like half of your arrows after a fight, main arrow. But if they're obsidian ones, then you can't recover them. Because all of them would shatter. Also, for those of you tricksy out there, you might think, oh, what about the unbreakable ammunition enchantment? I say, if you have the unbreakable ammunition enchantment, it makes obsidian's properties no longer work.
Meaning, when you use it, they just become good old arrows with black heads.
Yep, it just becomes normal arrows because the actual properties come from the fact that it can shard and shatter off. And if they're unbreakable, they can't do that.
You just made a weapon look cool, but do nothing.
Yes. If you wanted that, you should have just done Mithril. That would have at least gotten you more range. Or, I don't know, Ironwood. Ironwood would have been better. Having Ironwood.
And if you are rich, you can just use chloride. Chlorophyll.
Yeah, if you're rich or
Chloride.
you just hate mist. Now I'm just imagining a shotgun with glorified bullets. Like, glorified buckshot.
I shot, but I miss. I shot again, but I miss.
Like, bury this, you filthy casual. Oh, God. Oh, I love it.
This was fun.
That was fun. And there's more materials than that, by the way. That's just the stuff that Sortu can see. I'm not going to explain the other ones, but I'll just read out their names. Mind if I just read out their names?
No, I don't mind.
Sure. There's adamantine, chlorophyte, draconic gear, dwarven metal, dreamweave, heartwood, voodoo loam, ignium, ironwood, maritime quartz, mithril, morning steel, obsidian, bow amber, storm tracks, transcendental bronze, and true ice. I
And
will say,
these materials may be read in the future by me.
yeah, they might be. Also, one of those is not like the other. Transcendental fucking bronze. Crazy. You thought that the other one was crazy. Wait until you read that one. I'm gonna do one minor spoiler, and that is what its tag is.
Oh boy.
Any guess what the price tag of transcendental bronze is?
Shoot. Well, it's probably like, I would say like, not million, but like 100,000.
No, it's 4,000 gold pieces per pound.
It's still expensive.
Yes, it's still expensive. It's the most expensive material currently in the game. It's also 4 times more expensive than chlorophyte.
Which is really expensive.
Yeah. The only other one that comes, I will say, chlorophyte is the third most expensive material, not counting. And the first one is transcendental bronze, and the second one is skybow amber at 2,500 gold pieces per pound. Except that one has pound in air quotes. We'll talk about that when you get to materials. It doesn't technically have
Well,
a
it
weight.
says, well, it says air, so yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't technically have a weight. We'll get to that.
We will get to that when we get to that.
Yeah. Actually, okay. I want to just geek out and just about Skybound Amber because this is the stupidest material I've ever heard of. And I read, because, okay, I will say, a lot of these materials came from a specific guide I found, like special materials. I edited a lot of them to be work in campaign. But Skybow Amber is one of the ones where I looked at what they said. I looked at the description. I went, okay. But then I looked at what they described it. I'm like, they didn't describe it anywhere near as much implications as it actually has. Uh, honestly, Sortu, do you feel like
Yeah,
reading another word you want out? Because I honestly think this is such a crazy material that it would stick in Sortu's.
sure.
And that's saying something. If this is the material I'm talking about and not transcendent. This is the dumbest material I've ever heard of, and I love it and hate it at the same time. As a DM, I both love it and hate it. And that should honestly probably scare you a little. The DM both loves and hates this. I honestly hope no one ever gets their hands on it. Not the player, not the non NPC either.
Well, the NPC really depends on you.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're in danger.
So, Tortu knows
Skyball
about this
Ember.
one. It is.
Skyball Ember. In the element plane of air, coloss- colossal bayonet and trees, known as skywalk, raise their branches to the heavens. Although the although wood harvested from skywalk quickly loses its bu-
Buoyant.
buoyant buoyant properties, pretty buoyant if you ask me, its hardened sap does not.
Do you know what
A
buoyant
description.
means?
Nope.
Buoyant means that it can. It's a balloon. A balloon is buoyant. It means that it can float in air. Specifically, if something is floating on something else, that's considered buoyant, either in air or in water. So, for example,
Buoyant.
when you read
Adjective. Able or tending to keep afloat or rise to the top of a liquid or gas.
yes, so for example, when you're swimming in a pool and you just lay in the pool and you just surface the water, you are considered buoyant.
It also can mean cheerful or optimistic.
Yes. Anyway, so
It, it sorry.
that first line for the natural properties will probably floor you.
Oh, because it floats, it doesn't have a weight.
Not just that. Did you actually read it yet?
Although the wood harvested from sky well, quickly loses its buoyant properties, its hardened sub does not.
Okay. Yeah, read the description. I'll just let you continue.
Skyball Ember has a brilliant white sheen, like a luminous pearl, warm and soft to the touch. It leaves a pleasant milky scent in the air. Raw sap must be left to harden for 2 months before it becomes hard enough to work with.
Still didn't say a lot.
Right, but
Natural
the natural properties get to it.
Skypod Ember weighs nothing,
Literally.
and it slowly floats away when released, unaffected by gravity. As the ember increases in its temperature, its buoyant force increases in a hot condition. It rises into the air and reaches equilibrium.
Equilibrium.
Equilibrium. I knew that word, I swear. I am a highly educated butler that didn't go to school.
Right.
Maybe.
while, while bearing weight equal to its volume. In a furnace-like condition, it can bear up to 10 times its weight, equivalent,
Equivalent.
equivalent.
Equivalent. It's hard to speak as sort of.
Yeah.
Before reading
You don't have to read this as Sortu, but
I know, but it's more fun.
okay, fair enough.
I just imagine Sortu standing on a podium reading a book.
reaching equilibrium.
Equilibrium.
I manage it. that's that's the thing I was talking about, by the way. And you know
Yeah.
what I'm referring to. The viewers don't know, but I do.
Skybroad Embers is weightless, it can be measured by weight. 1 pound is considered to be equal to one of 6 inches square block.
So that's why that's why pound is in air quotes. Is because technically it doesn't have weight, but it's still measured per pound like the other materials. So
So
they measure
depending
it
on
that way.
on how big it is, the its price ranges.
Yeah. So basically, its weight is measured by its volume, not by its actual. Anyway, continue.
So it's basically like you can have a bag of feathers that is bigger than a rock, but the bag of feathers still weighs less than the rock.
Yeah, got it. Also,
So basically,
I will say this is actually. Have you ever seen space astronauts in?
yeah, I actually watched a couple of videos. It's kind of interesting how things just float around.
Yeah, this does that all the time. It's completely unaffected by gravity.
Now, let's now let's get description of a weapon by Skybra.
And
When
here's
it's
where the insanity starts.
uh,
Because I
let me
thought
put
about
my
because they only had a few materials, they only had a few properties, and I'm like, no, they didn't think this through. I actually thought through every single thing that you could do with something that had no weight.
Uh, the kobold takes the kobold will take out his glasses and put them on his muzzle, somehow magically staying on.
when Skybra Ember ammunition is fired from a range through weapon, or a weapon with the throw property is thrown, the effective range of the attack is quadrupled. Quadrupled! But
Yeah.
the prolonged range of the attack is completely ignored. Instead, to determine the wrong range, draw a straight line from you to the target, and, and if you can make an unbroken line from you to the target, then you can make an attack roll on the target regardless of range, though disadvantage for long range still applies.
So yeah, it has effectively unlimited range as long as you draw a straight line from you to the target. Because it's not affected by gravity at all.
But due to laws, if it's disadvantage still applies because the longer it is, the slower it gets.
Right, and the longer it is, the more any tiny deviation in your ability to launch it matters.
And don't forget wind.
What was that? Oh
Don't
yeah,
forget the
wind.
wind.
Uh, yeah, wind is also a factor, though I'm not actually bringing that into case here because that'd be way too many factors for me.
That factor will only apply when the DM says it's windy.
Yes. Anyway, how melee weapon?
Melee weapons that don't have the throw property gain range the 20 not available.
Not applicable.
Not applicable. Look above for how long a range works, basically. So
So if you
basically,
don't know what the 2060 means, 2060 is the short range, long range of.
yep.
So just point out. Anyway, continue.
Additionally, weapon gain the finest property.
God, so you can just basically make a giant cloud sword.
Yes, you make a giant cloud sword, and it weighs nothing.
Yeet!
Yep. Anyway, continue.
The light property, the the weapon gains the finest property, the light property, and loses the heavy property. A weapon cannot benefit from bonus damage, though, when upsizing from a medium weapon, as there is no added weight. It feels weightless in your hands, taking no effort to move or swing at all. Thus, no swing requirement exists for weapons made from this material, and all damage inflicted is done from the force of the swing, rather than the weight of the weapon.
Which makes sense. So, for example, if you swing a greatsword about this, it doesn't matter if the greatsword is like 5 feet long or if it's 50 feet long. It's still going to do the same magic.
So even though you may look cooler with a big sword, you're still yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Con, con, what was the word?
Uh, I don't know.
What when cons
Constant?
not constant. You make dick jokes with it. Con. You know what? Basically, big sword, small dick.
Oh, contest.
Not contest.
I don't know anything.
Uh, good. When
Doesn't matter.
basically constipate.
Debate what?
Yeah, words.
Anyway, so to better explain what just happened there, so basically all weapons gain the finesse, light, and thrown property, but lose the heavy property, and weight is no factor for the weapon. So basically, every melee weapon, regardless of what it is, now becomes a light thrown weapon. That's so basically every weapon becomes a dagger, but with different like shapes. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Go.
Now, moving next to the next slide of the presentation.
Armor. This is
Armor.
when things get just dumb.
Creatures wearing armor made of skybroth and fall at the rate of 60 feet per round and don't take fall damage. And can land on their feet, which would be useful most of the time when Sylvester decides to yeet me out of the cave.
Right. Note the caveat of when at room temperature.
When in hot temperatures, like a desert during the day, the bearer of the armor gains the ability to hover and is immune to the prone conditions, as they become effectively weightless and unaffected by gravity. In furnace-like conditions, the bearer rises through the air at a range of 60 feet per round and gains a flight speed equal to their walking speed, which is a hover speed, if they don't die due to the heat.
Yep.
In addition, armor made of Skybroth Ember always lets you add your full dexterity modifier to the armor class, and never imposes disadvantages to stealth, nor does it have any string requirements. God, I just have a funny idea.
Yes.
Basically, you're trying to sneak away, and just a couple people decides, yeah, it's getting cold here. Let's turn up the temperature, and you just slowly start floating, and the enemy notices you while you are trying to sneak away.
I had a funny idea. If there's a bunch of soldiers dive out ever way to eliminate them, cast fireball. Watch all of them start to fly into the air because he cast fireball.
Yeah, thank you for your service. I will just walk through this gate.
But
In addition, if you're proficient in at least a light armor, then you're proficient in Skybot Ember armor regardless of the type, light, medium, or heavy.
yeah, so for example, if you somehow got full plate skybow, you somehow did, um, you would be automatic with it and basically get to add your full dex on, so it'd be a 23 AC.
Example item: flying ship. The thing that the thing that the thing that Sylvester offered. Skyships flying use massive deposits of Skybot amber contained in the ship's core. Basically, you could have put it into water, remove the core, and have Skybot armor. No, I'm not that metagaming. So now,
Anyway, continue.
the altitude of the ship is controlled by heating or cooling the, the deposit through a system of furnaces.
So yeah, you could see why I said this material would probably stick or two.
Because it's so dumb,
Yes.
but so genius.
It's dumb, but it's genius. It's like, what if you took something that was just a problem? Its main thing is it's immune to gravity, but if it gets hotter, it just starts floating into the air. Like,
I just imagine a bunch of scientists confused why does this kind of thing exist?
right. I will say, by the way, the rising into the 60 feet per round thing is uncontrolled, and you only gain a fly speed equal to your walking speed. Meaning that if you don't have a walking speed of 60 feet or higher, you'll just rise into the air and be unable to get back on the ground again.
I just imagine somebody at in the hottest desert just like floating into the air, slowly reaching the high altitudes and just dying and just floating there, dying of starvation.
Right. Just because they're stuck in the air.
I can just imagine like if you have prisoners, you just have to tie them down on a leash.
Right. And if you remember, it says that it can hold up a weight equal to 10 times its own volume. And if we look at full plate armor, I believe that's 65 pounds of material, meaning it can raise up 650 pounds worth of material when it's furnace like temperatures.
God, that's a lot.
Yeah, so you really have to tie that sucker down.
I I can just imagine like somebody has a and doesn't have this weapon properly sheath sheathed into the like a sword that is not sheathed correctly and just slowly starts floating in the air
Yeah,
like a like a helium balloon going into the air.
yeah, yeah. So yeah, it's only found on the elemental plane of air. I will say each elemental plane has their own specific material. There's one for ice, one for fire, one for stone, and that one.
And that's today's Sortu library reading.
Yep. How long we've been? 3 hours and 30 minutes. I'm gonna play like a half hour shotgun. Want to hang out for that? You not care?
Sure, why not? I can. Sure, why not?
Sure. Okay. Sorry.
And remember, people, next time we're reading Dog Warriors.
Next time you're reading.
Dog Warriors.
Uh,
You know, a stupid reference to Warrior Cats.
oh, oh, that's what it's a reference to. Okay, I didn't get it out first. Sorry.
It's okay.
Uh,
It's fine.
all right.
It's fine. Meanwhile, I'll go send you the song that the theme park reminded me of.
Go do that. Also, I might be the nice owner of Wits. Currently on sale until
Oh, nice.
Morrowind and Elder Scrolls are off right now, so they're sorry, Morrowind and Oblivion 30% off right now. So they're like $5. Actually,
That's quite cheap.
yeah, it's quite cheap. So I'm like, yeah, I have $5.
Delicious.
Yeah, the Valve servers have to be on fire.
Hold on. That way you can. There we go.
Yeah.
Shotgun King, the final checkmate. I played this game before on a variety. Oh, it needs to pop up on screen. Let me know if the game's too loud, by the way.
No, it's not. I can just adjust it on my end.
Okay.
Shotgun King, the final checkmate.
Yep, when he's all tired of your shit. I like this game though. It's basically what if you took chess and then added in roguelike mechanics.
Yep. I seen game of this. It's so dumb, but it works.
Yeah. Do you know the story of it, or do you want to read out what the story of it is?
Sure, I can bring out my narrator voice.
Sure.
Black King had been an extravagant and unpleasant ruler as the years went by. Wait, let me get. Give me a second. This summer, the Black King had been an extravagant and unpleasant ruler. As the years went by, more and more of his subjects were won over by the White King, who offered higher wages and generally did decent work, and then took his caste. His knights resigned from his service. Even his wife, the Queen,
Abandoned him. It's just very weirdly.
abandoned him. Before leaving, the last Black Bishop came to the Black King and told him, "Thou hast been a bad king, yet to thy reign is still holy. Thou shalt retrain and claim over thy former subjects' souls, and we may yet have cause to fear thy wrath. Thus heed my warning. The wrath of a man as godly as might thy be is even his undoing." But the Black King has abandoned by all, with not a rook left to his name. All he had left was his prized royal shotgun, the shreds of his dignity, and the growing fires of the
Prophesy.
English is hard. Prophesies wrath. Ever my undoing, was it? Undone? Just what more exactly could I lose? I'm going from a narrator to freaking voice actor.
Fair enough.
In his dark folly, the king loaded the shotgun and went to meet his final checkmate.
That's why that's the name of the game. He went to meet his final checkmate. So yeah.
Floor number 1.
Hold on. Hello, so early. Oh, this- Cool. Alright, she's definitely doing well. She just... Oh, sorry, I wanted to investigate that. Oh, she gets home like an hour and a half now, so I was like, wait, why is she home now? I wanted to see if something bad happened, but no, nothing bad. Okay, well, welcome to Shotgun King. We can move around like a normal SP. However, we can also shoot people. Well. Basically, I can either click one of the arrows and it takes a turn, and they get their turns all at once. And we have to move to reload. Oh, we cannot see those shields up there?
Yep.
So, if we would do something that would cause a checkmate, one of those shields goes away, and it's basically saying, "Hey, don't do this thing. You're about to do a checkmate." If you see on the left there, it shows the knights and then the different blades you can move. That's how long it takes for them. Alright, so I just got the soul of a... How did I miss that? Oh, right. And if you completely run out of ammo, then you need to move once to add another thing into your chamber, and then move once again. And the goal is just to kill the opponent's king. Pretty simple.
Yeah, but that's pretty simple. You can, because that's checkmate.
There we go. It's really hard to lose the first level. And then when you beat a level, you other two cards. Both of them have a benefit and a drawback. So they give you a benefit and give the opponent a benefit. It's randomly determined what benefits there are and what benefits. In this case, I get a one additional shell in my clip, and my shotgun has a worse fire arc, but they get 2 more pawns, 1 more rook, and their rooks are. This one says that my range is the enemy's AP for their king is, and I get to remove one of their knights, but they get 3 more pawns, and pawns are 1. We're gonna take extra bear. I don't mind them having extra ones if and an extra. If we click a soul, if we kill a notable piece, aka any piece that isn't a pawn or a king, we get what's called a soul, which lets us move as that piece. Okay, so move. I have 2 things. Oh, I can hold them. And also we reload both of our shots. Killed the rook. You don't have to kill every piece, by the way, you just have to kill them.
Well, it's mostly for safety reasons you kill everything. Be careful, pawn.
Yeah, I know the pawn. Doesn't matter. I had enough power to actually kill the king there. August presence. Non-king pieces. King. Remove 1 knight, add 2 bishops. King is lost health. Remove 1 bishop, add 2 knights. I'll do ritual dagger. Because pieces coming near me is actually not bad. I'll have less fire rate. I'll have less health. And I don't mind there being.
We kinda need to move because you're in checkmate range. You're
Oh.
still in checkmate. You're in mate.
Don't check me. Oh. That's annoying. I think I might be boxed in.
Yeah, you're boxed in.
Not quite. Oh, I cannot.
You have to shoot one.
I can move. Oh, it's both of them.
They both.
And I'm dead. Yeah, there was nowhere I could move there. Really. For myself. I'm not very good at chess. I will say, I'm not very good at chess. So I'm coming from this as someone who likes roguelikes, not someone who's good at chess.
I am okay at chess.
I am not proficient in any form of chess.
I know how to play a lot of games, like shogi and mahjong. It doesn't mean I'm good at them. Well, mahjong I'm good at that, but shogi no.
Yeah, they're operating by normal chess rules in terms of if they move on my space.
That's checkmate.
But I can't do that to them. Ooh, blunderbuss. I really like blunderbuss. If I wouldn't add 5 at 6 pawns. So either way, we're adding a lot. I'll do the blunderbuss. I like the blunderbuss. More firepower, it's awesome. Because it means I have more bullets every time I fire. Pawns are not a concern. As long as pawns don't get faster, that's the main. Not them getting more health, it's them getting faster. Oh, right.
The knight moves in a J and L kind shape.
What was it?
I was just explaining that when you want to know how a knight moves, you either use the letter J or L.
Right. I know it moves a combination of 2 and 1. So, like, if it's 2 forward, then it's 1. Or if it's 2 flaps, then. Oh, I remember.
Meanwhile, rooks can only move forward, but only can take diagonally. Not rooks, pawns.
Yeah, pawns. Like, I knew what piece you were describing, but it's not the way it.
Yeah, that's a bishop. Bishops can only move diagonally.
Oh. And
Oh boy.
that's where the extra firepower comes in. There's a certain power up in this game that's my favorite, and it is it is a power up that says if you use a soul, you get an extra turn. One additional shell. Bishops add 2 bishops at the start of turn 20. This almost never comes up.
If you play it smart, then it doesn't come.
Yeah, +3 ammo. Yeah. So this is basically save almost never.
Conclave probably comes out at later stages, not this.
I have yet to see it come up personally, but yeah, I suppose it might, but I have yet to. Red, by the way, shows the effective turn to black and red. And black is
Yeah, because a shotgun is more powerful as close as you get because it's more of a burst fire than anything. Because it just shoots in one air in a circle-like area. It doesn't go straight like most bullets would go.
Right. And I'm just massacring these. Yep. Oh. Good stuff's been showing up again. Alright. So, that happened, but they're also both on white squares. That's really easy to dodge. They can never go in black squares.
That is true. It's probably a random event that can happen.
Also, that bishop's currently blocking that pawn, so I don't need to worry about that.
Yeah, because the bishops are actually blocking each other, and you can't the knight because yeah, you will have to move to the white square to use it safely.
Yep. Alright. Also, at turn 3, the queen enemy. And it says, you can't escape her. Everyone. Yeah. We're kind of stuck with the... We want extra firepower, extra region. I'm going to take extra power, but there's a thing to be said for ammo.
I think probably ammo region is the most logical when you think about it.
Okay, I'll take ammo region. We already do have a firepower in Queen.
Because
These actually...
even though it would be useful to have more firepower, it's a the power will be said if you don't have ammunition.
Right. I will say, as annoying as the play, she's that. I find it.
But the queen is a very special piece in chess, though.
Yes. Okay. But I take care of her simply. There. Again, in normal chess, there is not shotguns.
You can probably make rules, though, so who knows?
Yeah, fair.
If somebody can make a game like this, you can probably make it at home as well.
Yep. There's a +1 ammo region. We basically get 2 bullets at once, which make her flip, so it doesn't matter. And there's a king. Oh. I will say, by the way, we can't. Oh, I really don't want this. +1 ammo and 1 extra soul. Ooh. Yeah, I'll take this, because that's 2 knights a turn. And that. If I can hold 2 souls. Really useful.
There's our first soul.
I now have the knight's soul. Oh, right. Oh, right. I didn't know it's the queen up there. Hello. Okay. Up here. Hello, Queenie. How you doing? God.
Queen has a really big move range, so that's why she can be quite useful.
It is. It is very much one.
So if you get stuck in the corner by a queen, you're screwed.
Yep. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Yep. Didn't care.
Didn't care, didn't ask.
Yep. Sometimes it will do the folly shield even when I'm about to win. Remove one knight at. Let's get plus. Oh god. I'm gonna have +1/3 regardless. But then I want to give them and bishop or add more pawns. I'll take the firepower and the.
And you
Is
remove
removing
a
a
knight.
Yeah, and removing a knight would actually be. It means basically we won't have to worry about knights until turn 20. But it means that pawns are now more of a threat. Right, yeah. Oh, that's a... There. Bishop.
You need to move.
Now 2 queen souls. I wanna Yugioh. He made the mistake of appearing right next to me. Yes, King said. Okay, that thing on the one attempt where I say never comes up, it's actually come up multiple times. Ironic. Alright, remove one pawn and one knight. Add one knight. -1. Yeah. But more firepower. We can get even more firepower.
Well, it's kind of better to not give up the pawns more speed.
Ooh. But this is that thing I was talking about. You can play an extra turn after using a soul card.
At the speed, so yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, I really want the Sacred Crown, but I don't know if giving them more speed is, especially with bishops. So I think Blunderbuss would be better.
Like they gain back one knight.
Yeah, I'm giving them back one. You just don't want to give them more speed. Really wants it. It hurts not taking, but more firepower is not bad. What was that?
I mean, we basically kill them faster.
Look at that.
That's a lot of damage.
That's what. Now that's a lot of damage. One shot the queen. That's the first time I've ever done that.
Long live the queen.
Yes. Such a wide fire arc now, too. That's the other.
That was some moves, but okay.
to do 1 damage both times. Come on now. I'm just going to do 1 run of this, by the way, and then after this run, we're going to call it because it's already reached 4 hours, which is the minimum. The maximum is 6. I don't want to wait too. I don't want to give them or 9. You know, bishops are easy to deal with, ironically.
Yep.
Yeah, and more firepower is good. Stacking more firepower. So I think in all we now have +6 firepower. Yeah, we have +6 firepower.
Well, it says power is at 10.
Yeah, when normally it's at 4, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, we
Rebuild
have
the entire we might feel the entire card section, who knows?
right. Well, when you do, I would think when you do, that's actually like the end of the demo, because currently this is the demo, this isn't the full game.
It's a really good demo.
I will say, by the way, this is the farthest I've ever gotten. Every previous time, I died at turn 6. So this is the first time I've gotten at turn 7.
That's why you cannot. That's why you should not be greedy in chess.
Yes. I'd also like to think that you're my good luck charm.
I'm just a good kobold. Give me the kobold who not plays dragon chess. Of course I'm good at chess. So it is true that I do have that kind of weird luck.
What was that?
Nothing, I was just saying that I do have that kind of weird luck thing.
Yeah. I'm kind of a weird.
You have to kill
Oh.
both queen and bishop.
How did I hit the king that way?
I have no idea. You gotta move because the bishop is going to move. And excuse me. Yeah.
We're right behind you.
Invaded.
So, remove a bishop, add 2 knights, and +2 fire rage. Cool. Strafe mode is really interesting. It lets you move and fire on the same turn.
Yeah, but that it does add 2 pawns, but pawns are easy to kill.
Yeah, and it also adds another rook, but that makes rooks easier to kill. Which,
Like logically, we go with royal offers.
yeah, because great fire, let's go.
Even if it did a lot of pawns.
Yes, that is indeed a lot of bonds. Imagine playing chess with this many pieces and this variety of pieces.
I kind of recommend getting too close to the pawns, though.
Yeah. How does this work? Right-click a target and fire on unit.
When you move, you shoot.
Yeah. Basically, you lock in your current firearm and move. Oh, right.
What a useful ability.
Yes, very, especially when you have multiple shots per shell. Sorry, multiple shells per clip. Such a wide fire arc at this point.
Well, it's mostly useful when there are a lot of enemies, because with fewer enemies it cannot be. It's not too useful.
Right. There, it's Queen's dead.
You cannot go. That's a rook. Yeah, move. But with your ability, you can shoot and move.
Somehow kill that rook down there.
Well, it's a good thing because a rook can be very dangerous.
Yeah.
Play game.
I just find it hilarious that my fire arc is so wide that I'm accidentally killing pieces of intent.
Well, you don't accidentally kill someone.
I'm somehow doing it.
Onto the one before last.
Yeah. Extra speed plus sacred crown. Here's one. Add one rook. Gain 2 ammo each time you kill a rook. That's one of my favorite ones because it basically just, especially considering we have making rooks weaker and more of them. Yeah, okay, this basically just turns them into, hey, get more bullets for basically something that's kind of easy to kill. Like, cool, because rooks tend to go straight up in my face.
Hey, basically, have a bad thing that somehow turns out to be a good thing.
Yeah, also then I'd get +1 extra ammo max and just soul slot. Yeah, this is just all upside to me.
You're just going to clear this demo.
Weird board. Cursed board. Oh no. You know, pop in there.
Hello? Hi there.
Hello there.
It's so goddamn cursed.
God, look at how many of them are moving at once right now.
It's chaos incarnated.
Everything's win.
I'll probably think it's... Take it back, man, yo! One hop this time.
Ah! I lost it. Ooh, that was so close. That was the closest one I've had in ever, actually. Game. That was fun, though. That's fine.
Yeah, I know this is too late for you to warn you.
Yeah, thank you, though. I appreciate. All right, that was a fun way to end. That was Shotgun King, the final checkmate. For all of you watching the side story, for all you watching Variety Friday as normal, well, here we go. This is what I was playing for Variety Friday on top of the Sortu. Yeah.
I hope everyone had fun.
Yep. By the way, Sortu, you can download Shotgun King, the final checkmate B on Steam as the demo. So if you want to try this out yourself, you can.
I will see.
Yep. All right. Thank you everyone for watching. If indeed you still are, I'll talk to y'all later. Bye.
Bye bye.
Yeah, so